Welcome guys, welcome. We're going to be starting a series actually on Galactic Civilizations 4. Now I will just sort of start off by prefacing this and sort of saying that the series itself will be pretty much sponsored by StarDoc, or at least part of it will be. And but I'm not going to actually include this first video in that sponsorship. So I'm going to be doing this one sort of outside the sponsorship window, because I'm sort of thinking, actually, like if I didn't love GalCiv 4, and I didn't know, let's just say I didn't know much about it, but I like the idea of space 4Xs, and I'm sort of trying to figure out if this is the right sort of game for me. What does it compare to? How does it sort of fit, and where do all the different pieces sort of get into it? And so I'm going to sort of spend most of this particular video setting up the game that I'm going to be playing, because that's the other thing I find whenever I do a sponsored video for GalCiv 4, I often don't get very far into it before it's sort of before the sponsorship ends. So I thought, look, I'll do the setup, but I'll also do a bit where we just sort of really do a deep dive into where the game sits in terms of it being a Space 4X game, because there's a lot of very, very good Space 4X games in there. So I thought, look, I always feel bad about comparing games as well when I'm doing a sponsored video. That's why I thought I'm not going to do this one as a sponsored one. I'll just do this one so it's fairly open-ended. So if you have any questions, I will certainly answer anything I can with comparisons. Just to actually also put this into context, I don't play much Stellaris. So I haven't played Stellaris for quite some time. So it's sort of my knowledge of Stellaris is a little bit behind, I guess, in that sort of sense. But certainly other Space 4Xs, I'm certainly aware of Stellaris and sort of what it does bring in. I have, even though this is not a sponsored link, I have put the tracking link in the description if you're watching this on Twitch, and I've also put the tracking link into the description on YouTube, just so that's actually out there as well. But essentially this is not a sponsored link as such. I thought I'd just put it there because, again, I get a lot of questions about GalCiv 4 and why I like it so much, because I do love the game, genuinely love it, and the other aspect of that is that people actually, when I often talk about it, people then go, oh, I didn't realize it did this or did that, and I also wanted to go through the Steam reviews as to what people have, what I guess more negative than positive, what negative comments people have made about the game, just so I can actually give my slant and perspective on that as well. That's why I thought, look, it's not really right that I do that as a sponsored video, but it's certainly important, I think, if you're actually on the fence about watching, to see if this is a sort of game that you would actually be looking to grab for yourself. Hi Viper Dave. Viper Dave saying, hey all, was watching your last Distant Worlds video when switched to this. Oh, there we go. Yeah, no, and again, I get a lot of questions as to where this game fits in with Distant Worlds, Stellaris, Interstellar Space Genesis. So I'll try to sort of cover all that in this video, so that when I do get into the actual major gameplay videos, which will be in the subsequent videos, we'll at least have some grounding from this particular video in that sort of sense. So this video, I hope, will be more in line for people who are seriously considering buying the game and don't know if it fits what they want to do or not, like whether it fits their gaming style. So we'll certainly go through all of those different, I guess, those major comparisons with the actual game as to where it sort of fits. Hi Battle Mode, how you going? And John Monkey as well. Hope everyone's doing well. So so anyway, it's so I thought, I was just going to start off and start the actual sponsored streams and sort of just get into it that way, but I thought, no, look, let's actually just do a meandering through, I guess, what the game does, and I think it does a lot of things extremely well, and it doesn't get the credit for it. This is one of the most I guess, diverse games with such breadth of species that you can actually bring into a game that I've ever played ever. Like, no matter, not just Space 4X, but it's just, the customization is unbelievable in this game. Battle Mode has actually just finished a stream for StarDoc just I think a few hours ago. I was at the beach when he was doing that one. I was just about to head off to the beach when he was doing it, so I haven't been able to see it. I did try to find it actually on the Steam thing, but I couldn't actually see it there. Anyway, let's go into why this game I believe is just such a great game. Not just from that perspective, but also try to give it context to see if it's something that you think that you might like to actually sort of be playing as well. I think one of the things I'll start off with actually generating a species, and then we'll go back out oh, not yeah, not will generate a civilization and a species. We'll do and I'll explain what the context is with that, and then we'll go back and have a look at the Steam reviews for the game, answer some of the things that have sort of been addressed in those as well, and also the DLCs, because the DLCs, you may sort of be wondering, I often get asked, which DLCs are important with whichever game it actually is, and which ones do you need to get. I can tell you, like, the answer to that one for me straight away is Warlords. It's the most important one, and then the others from whichever sort of flavour of things you sort of want to go in there. Battlemote's saying, I work on the development team, so if anyone has any questions about stuff they don't understand, Des is happy for me to answer. I can answer them. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be great. Thanks, Battlemote. So yeah, Battlemote is a a YouTuber as well, but also and we collaborate a lot. In fact, we're collaborating in 2 days' time for another for a first-person shooter game that we've been playing. But to also Battlemode also does a lot of video content, and it's sort of the AI voice in the game is actually modelled on Battlemode's voice, which I've had to turn off because I hear Battlemode's voice so often that I always think it's him, and I think I can't have that on when I'm playing the game. Anyway, let's just go into a new game, and we'll sort of start to sort of meander our way through. But if you do have any questions, as I said, Battlemode will be here for a little while. I know it's very, very late in the UK at this point in time, so I'm not sure how long Battlemode will be around for. But in this sort of sense, we'll just sort of work our way through. So let's just go to a new game, because actually one thing I should point out, version 3.0 just launched. That's the reason for this video, but also the reason for the upcoming series as well that I'll be doing, which will be sponsored. So that will so version 3 does bring in a lot of big changes to, I guess, the setup for the game. And so this is why I was holding off on playing Gal Civ until this one came out, because I knew it was going to change a lot of what we do. So Ben was saying I've turned it off. To be honest, it's too weird to hear myself speak. I can understand that one. Clever technology, though, and believe it's the world's first AI voice actor. There we go. If that makes any sort of sense. No, that's very, very cool. It's actually one of the negatives with the game too, though, the people have actually, not Battlemode's voice, but the supposed reliance on AI. I'll try to address these little concerns that people have actually had, and where things actually fit, because a lot of the comments when I was reading through the reviews for the game, and particularly I like focusing on the negative reviews, because I think that gives you the most information that's actually valuable if you're thinking about buying a game. Often there's a bit of misinformation in those, or a misunderstanding, and so I'll address those sorts of things as well. But there was, I did see a comment there about that the game was too heavily reliant on AI, and we're going to be looking at the AI pretty much straight away. Let's go into new game and then just step our way through very, very slowly as to how things can then sort of be done within the actual game itself. So you end up with a whole lot of different factions that are pre-built in the game. You can sort of see them down through here. Some of these are added through DLC, and a lot of them are just part of the base game. A lot of these come from earlier versions, or inspired by earlier versions of Gal Civ. Gal Civ has been around for decades now, really. And so you've got sort of like your typical sort of the typical bad units, which are the Drengen back and through here, which I know Battlemode pronounces as a Drengen, and we've actually I don't know if we've got a definitive pronunciation from like now that Battlemode's actually working within Stardock, he may be able to settle that argument whether it's Drengen or Drengen. I've always called them Drengens. But anyway, that's just me, and that's just Battlemode. We often argue about all sorts of things. So anyway, that's just the way it goes. So Mike is saying, which game would you say has most low role play potential? Gal Civ, Stellaris, or Distant Worlds? I love 4X games that let me take my time and watch something grow. I only really have tried Stellaris. I haven't played much Stellaris. I know that Stellaris does, and all Paradox games do feature a lot with the with sort of trying to sort of work as if you're within like a control room or something like that. So I would say that Stellaris does a very, very good job of the personalization of characters. I would then say that After that, I would say that maybe Gal Civ is also on a similar sort of level, because you actually are using characters a lot to position things within the game, and the backstory of these characters also then plays a role in how they perform in the game as well, and what they do. So quite often the events that happen to the characters that we use in this game, and these are procedural characters, but they will then have a role in the game, which is very, very cool. So from my perspective, this game is the top, but I would imagine, I haven't played Stellaris for a little bit of time, I would imagine that Stellaris would be around about the same sort of level in that sense. Distant Worlds does not rely on characters specifically. They do actually have specific abilities which actually do have a bearing, but you don't get close to them like you do in Gal Civ or Stellaris. I would assume as well you'd be fairly close to different characters. You'd sort of, the personality would actually sort of shine through more. So in that sense, Distant Worlds would be the weaker of the role play aspects, but very, very different games. So but in this case, as we get into it, you'll sort of see what I mean in terms of the character generation and the character attachment that you end up getting within this game. Now, having said that, there's not really, I'm just trying to think if there's really a major potential for civil wars and things like this, and there sort of is a little bit, but nothing dramatic. Like, it's not as if you're going to sort of end up with certain people that you absolutely become sort of story driven around a particular character. They're more just positioned in different places and will have either a positive or negative effect on what you do, if that makes any sort of sense. I hope that answers the question. But yeah, that's sort of where things do fit. So from a Stellaris perspective, if you've played Stellaris, Gal Civ is going to feel the most similar out of Distant Worlds and Stellaris. A lot of people who come from Stellaris or from Galactic Civilizations to play Distant Worlds are extremely frustrated when they first start playing Distant Worlds, because Distant Worlds is very, very different to the other games, to pretty much all the other Space 4Xs. And again, this is why I'm not doing this as a sponsored stream. I want to be able to answer questions without having to feel as though I've really got to put a slant, or put more of my focus back onto this game. I'm very happy to sort of talk about anything on this one. In the subsequent streams, they will be sponsored, and so I will be focusing more on Gal Civ. But in this case, certainly the biggest difference between Distant Worlds, Gal Civ, Stellaris, Interstellar Space Genesis, for example, with all of those different games, is that the Interstellar Space Genesis, Gal Civ, and Stellaris are all essentially board game style Space 4Xs. So where they're using they're turn based, they've got that turn based aspect to them. There's abstraction of resources. It's more about the decision making that you're doing. The pacing is faster, things like that. So you're actually talking as if it was a board game mechanics applied to a Space 4X. With Distant Worlds, the focus of Distant Worlds is it's a simulation first and a game second, and so there's a lot more, not micromanagement, because you can automate everything in that game, whereas you can't do that in the other games. But in Distant Worlds, the beauty of Distant Worlds is the fact that it is a fully automated simulation game at its core, that is sort of pretty much wildly unbalanced at different times as well. So you end up for me, I find that Distant Worlds leads to more of a space opera in the overall story of the civilization that you are playing, simply because of that simulation aspect, and the varying, depending on who your neighbours are and things like that, will have a massive difference in what happens. And that's the same with all of these games. So they do all sort of have them, but Distant Worlds for me shines very, 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 very brightly in that sense, but not so much in the role play sense. So hopefully that sort of puts that into some sort of perspective there. Bellman's saying, I think it's Drenjin. You said, I think it's Drenjin, and so you're not sure. I'm just going to call them Drengans because I always have. So hi Thomas, how you going? So good morning, Daz. Hi everyone, and Hugh David saying hi Daz and all. Great to so that you are streaming GALACTIC 4. Wish I could hang around to watch, but it's 1 in the morning. Okay, no problem at all. So I best be off to sleep. I have to watch the recorded stream later. Yeah, look, I'll be doing a few of them over the coming week because, and then I'll be continuing on a regular basis to sort of play this one, deeply into the actual mid game. It'll be outside of the sponsorship again by that stage. So JMO was saying Brad Waddell did a lot of great things for this game. It was only mediocre when it first came out, which he made it much, much better. Yes, he did indeed. And we'll talk about that as well, I think, when we get out of this creation phase. And we'll go back to the Steam, all the different components, because I really wanted to focus on the different components with everything that sort of goes on with the actual game itself, because I think that's also one of the stumbling blocks. Like people, for example, I think for both Distant Worlds and for Gal Civ, will come in and look at the Steam review scores and think, oh, that's actually a bit weird. Like they're not very positive review scores, and it always does my head in that both these games have actually got pretty mediocre scores, but they're incredibly good games. Like they're two of my favourite games. Like I absolutely love both of them, Distant Worlds and Gal Civ. They play very, very differently, but they are both worthy of a lot higher scores than what we sort of see there. Bettermate saying version 3 is such a big improvement. Map generation changes are huge. We'll go through all that as well. So we'll go through and talk about all these things, but I think we'll just sort of step our way through. The first thing we have to do when we come into the game, so if you are sort of looking at the game, is to select a species to then go and play. Now, as I said before, you've got a whole lot of species which are part of the base, part of the original games, as well as previous DLCs. These were all sort of added in when the game sort of first came in. The typical bad guys are the Drengen or Drengen, the Yor as well. These are sort of robotic. You've got other things like this is the Korath clan, which is actually another Drengen group as well, which is actually much more focused on annihilation. So these are like extremely aggressive. There's been other little additions that have come through DLCs as well, like this one here is the Nyx, who are the precursors to the Yor. The Yor is sort of like a base game unit, but this one did come through in a DLC. And all of these play incredibly different. You've then also got other things, for example, like just looking for the Snaffy to see where they actually are. I hated these in earlier games, but I actually now quite like them. Looks like they're not actually part. I think the Snaffy come in as an extra sort of species that can sort of come out of left field in games, which are just small sort of rodents that end up becoming quite a fairly aggressive rodent faction. And then we've sort of got like the typical humans up through here as well. The Terran Alliance. You've also then got the Rebel Alliance as well, like there's sort of Terran Rebels down through here as well. These are part of earlier games, and again, these have just got like different types of. This is a Terran Resistance, so we could even do it do a comparison as to why these play differently. What they actually do is probably this would be a good way of doing it, because this is one of these games where when you first start playing, a lot of people really like to play with humans, because it's what we're used to, and so we can sort of see the difference with the way things actually sort of do work. So let's actually just have a quick look at both of these and do a bit of a comparison as to why they might play differently in the actual game itself. So one thing that we'll sort of have a look at is we've got a basic description for the actual faction itself. They've got different abilities, like they've got one called Voyages. And so what this Voyages does for the humans, for the Terran Alliance, is it's got +2 ship sensor range and +1 ship movement. And so that then just equates to +2 sensor range to all ships, and then so they can see further in space and do better scouting, and +1 movement to all ships, so they move further per turn in the actual game itself. They're also inspired, and so in this case, an additional leader is available for recruitment, and leaders cost 25% less to recruit. So playing as the Terrans, the Terran Alliance, you end up with more leaders essentially that you're able to then put into specific positions. Now the leaders are the role play aspects that we end up sort of finding, which are the people that will be in charge of planets, like the governors of planets. They'll be the in charge of your government departments. So, you know, whether it be science or whatever else it might actually be. They can also be in charge of factions, because we do actually have sort of like NPC factions in the game as well that can push different objectives within the government. And so we end up with a fairly rich role play aspect using the leaders. And so the leaders, in this case, we can get additional leaders, plus we end up getting them a bit cheaper, which is actually a fairly big advantage. And so being inspired, we have +1 maximum recruits, minus 25% leader cost. And we also get +5 persuasion, which is used in diplomacy. The diplomacy system in this game is actually very, very good. It's very simple, but it sort of works very, very well in my opinion. So I really quite like that one. Nash Fanfi is saying, dude, how many races are there in this game now? Well, the base ones, gee, where do they start? I don't know if that's a base one or one that I created. No, I've created that one. I think this one is one that I didn't create, I think. I can't remember if I created that one or not, to be honest. And I can see if I can delete it. Yeah, I must have. These ones I can't delete. Okay, so the base game, the ones that come in the actual game itself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hang on, I can do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 8 threes. So we're looking at 24 factions. Some of those will be in DLCs, but the vast majority of them are in the base game itself. So we start off with 24, and but you can build as many as you like yourself. There's different ways of sort of constructing different factions, and they play wildly differently. I'll just continue on with these humans, actually. So Jamo was saying, oh, space dragons, yes, and Weaving just saying, hey, Daz, you're awesome. Thanks for that, Weaving Moon. Very much appreciated. Yeah, no, there's a lot in here, but I'm going to go through. We're going to create a faction from scratch. So we're going to this is going to be a fairly slow episode, and when the following episodes that will be coming over the coming days and weeks will end up being more about gameplay, but this will be more about setting up and the difference between, as I said before, the other games and what this one actually does do very, very well. But if we're having a look at Terran Alliance, Voyagers and Inspired, these abilities that they have through here, really the things that really change the I guess the overall abilities, or well, they are the abilities, but these actually, the combination of those two things that lead to very, very unique combinations. If I go to, for example, and we'll just do this comparison with the Terrence Resistance, because these are very, very similar. These are humanoids. You'll see there that citizens are humans here. They also are using citizens. The same human citizens are being used back into here as well. So their citizens are the same. In this case, their abilities are that they're resourceful, and so these end up with, they start with some useful resources. So they end up with some unusual resources right from the start. 2 hypersilicates and 2 durantium. It also allows a whole lot of different, like they can get the auto printer planetary improvement. That allows communications array planetary improvement. So there are unique benefits within the actual building of the actual planets that you can then go and make. And you can see there, it then allowing those two then blocks the synthetic orbital habitat improvement, blocks the capital mainframe improvement, blocks industrial. So we end up with quite unique build queues on these planets for these particular factions using resourceful. So they have certain things blocked, other advantages coming back in with different types of building. And again, this then makes the game feel different when you do play it with just that one through there. And it then combines with this one here, Unrelenting. And +10 control, planets generate +1 more influence per month as well. And so we have +10 control, +1 influence growth to all of our worlds. And so what this one then does is control is sort of used to enhance the military and sort of allow us to not just the military, but it allows us to do special events, essentially, we can sort of have available to us. Yeah, so battle mode was actually just playing. Only the Knicks come with a DLC. Okay, thanks for that battle mode. Very, very much appreciated for that information. So I thought there may have been others, but it was only the one at the very, very bottom that came with the DLC. So anyway, we end up with the unrelenting as well, and so they end up where they have it allows the warship technology, it allows the system of control technology. So these are now unique tech trees that we're now starting to see that get unlocked with everything. So it does block artificial gravity tech, and it blocks the armed shuttles tech. So we end up with a different type of warship technology for this particular faction. Unlocks Pillage of the Weak executive order. The executive orders are those, that's what we can use control for. And so these are events that we can then sort of play at any time in the game as long as we've got enough control points. Blocks print money executive order, allows the warmongers sweet planetary improvement, and allows siege engine oil planetary improvement. So we end up with a few other planetary improvements which are essentially building. So we start to get fairly little unique things going on. Now, to put this into perspective, when we go in and actually design our own, there's 40 of these. So these abilities in through here, resourceful is one of 40. And this is similarly, this is from the same pool. So you end up choosing 2 combinations of the 40. Now that leads to about 1,600 different combinations that will then affect how your civilization can play. So you've got potentially 1,600 different styles of play with the factions, which is just unbelievable, like in the scope of what it actually does bring in. And I'll show you when we get into it how this actually applies, because that's the one thing. If you're looking for replay value, that's just phenomenal that you could actually have that number of factions, that really being able to be generated just using that combination of resources. If we have a look at the other 2, we've got colony ship and flagship. These will tend to be the same for both of these. Colony ship, flagship. It just means that they start off with a colony ship and a probe at the start, and then they start off with a flagship at the start. Most of them will start off with that. It's these 2 here that really change the way that the game is played. We then actually have things like the cultural focus, and what these are is this then gives us other bonuses as we play the game into it sort of pushes us into different areas of the game itself. And so in this case, the typical humans, have got individualism. And so they believe in the primacy of individual rights, personal freedom and self-reliance, often over the needs and interests of the community or society. So individualism as cultural awareness increases by 25. So we start off that way. I'll show you in the game as well how that unlocks, because these unlock different other abilities as you sort of play the game, and you don't have to stick with individualism. If I wanted to go across, for example, and play the Terrans, but then really push hard, it's their individualism as well. They've both got the same focus. But if we have a look at, for example, back at the Drengen, they're totalitarianism. So they believe in the absolute power and control by the state. So they start off with 25 points ahead in this ability. But it doesn't really sort of stop us in this instance, because we can still put points back into that if that's the way that we want to be heading. But it may be that our characters don't want that. So we sort of have to, again, every game that you play with this one, even if you are playing with the same factions, can be wildly different based on the leaders that you get. All sorts of things can actually have a major bearing. So it's very, very open. And over the course of its development, GALCIV 4 has really allowed itself to move in very, very diverse directions with whichever faction you end up playing. So the Drengen, as I said before, profoundly evil and warlike civilization. So their abilities here are slavers. So you can see they've got like prison labour camps and all sorts of different things. They can impress humans, their citizens into military service. They've got forced labour executives, things like that. So they end up with a whole lot of totalitarianism. Cultural awareness increases by 5. Nihilism is another one of the events. Like totalitarianism is fairly structured in terms of its destructive capabilities. So it's sort of fairly. The structure of the destruction is heads in one sort of line, and whereas if we have a look at the Korath clan, which is sort of like the other type, these ones are nihilists. So their cultural focus, for example, believes in the rejection and denial of inherent meaning of value of life. Causing pain to others is a valid purpose. So these are much more aggressive than even the Drengen. These are exterminators, and so they end up with all sorts of different things. Transport ships are replaced with planet-killing spore ships, and so they end up with -3 influence growth to all of our worlds, but +15 intimidation for when they. So these intimidate very, very heavily when they do use diplomacy. They're also genocidal as well, and so they end up with all these other different bonuses. You can see the combination of just these two when you start to combine these different aspects in the abilities. You end up with wildly different abilities that sort of thing can sort of come through. Having a quick look at the Drengen back into here again as well. Slavers and unrelenting in this case. So again, +10 control. They get the warships. This is exactly the same as the unrelenting that we had in through here for the Terran resistance. So it's the combo of these abilities that really change the gameplay. We also have a few other little things as well, like the phenotype. These are humanoids, and so humanoids are species that shares a similar physical form with humans, typically generated by an upright bipedal stance, 2 arms and a head and sensory organs, carbon-based biology. They end up with +2 diligence, is the way that sort of then works with them. So they diligence, and I'll explain what these are as well when we get into the game. There's 4 major, I guess, citizen abilities that sort of come back through. And we'll have a look at the citizens in just a little while. Like the humanoids, these have lower expectations than other species. They're sort of, that makes them more adaptable. There's higher approval with their ability to do different things. But if we have a look at the humanoid, if we have a look at, for example, at the Drengen, they're also humanoid. So the phenotype is humanoid back and through here. This also has a bearing on the technology, for example. The technology tree and the buildings we can go and create can be based on the humanoid ability and through here. If we have a look at the Yor, which is synthetic, so they're an artificial life form. And then these actually have other abilities. And so these guys here are an artificial species with extensive integrated technology into their biology, enhancing, so they don't use food for growth. So they have to manufacture their population through factories. So they need to actually, so they keep on sort of then building more and more of the robots to then sort of do what they do. They can still actually have, they can still bring in living creatures, so they still have to feed. If they bring a living creature onto one of their worlds, they have to then feed it, but their base units themselves don't have to do it. And so they have a very, very different, again, different cultural focus in through there. They're more progressive with what they do in the sense that they advocates for social reform and new ideas, etc., etc. They're adaptable and unwavering. Again, the combinations are exponential in this game. Well, not they're exponential, but they're not unlimited. There's about 1,600 of them. Actually, by the time you actually get those two, plus you then get all of these things as well, because this also really does dramatically impact what happens in the game as well with different technologies. Now, I always like playing as robotic forces, but I'm not going to in this game because I think they're so wildly different to the carbon-based life forms that I think it would actually be it would be a little bit weird to actually try to sort of show the game off using this. And I've done that in the past where I've actually used robotic forces, and it plays too differently. Which is good, but it's actually not good if you're trying to make an evaluation if it's the right sort of game for you guys. So that, if you're looking to sort of pick it up. Joel's saying, so the Drengen is the current United States. We're not going to get into politics. But you've got things like the Altarans, for example. These are more egalitarianism back and through here. They're ancient. They're empaths. So you end up with sort of like, some of these that can be, on the appearance can be very, very peaceful with what they do. These have extra diplomacy. So these are all part of the base group that you end up sort of getting. But one of the fun things in the game is to actually use the game to generate your own civilizations. You can download different civilizations as well that are themed in certain ways. And a civilization combines a lot of different things, and when you actually sort of go to construct them. So all these other ones are just ones that I've constructed when I've started playing a game, because I enjoy doing that. Like, the actual construction of these forces is interesting. Like if I go to this one through here, for example, this is one that I have used Snappy as my civilians. So I've actually sort of made like a Snappy style character. They're backing through this other side. Clever and resourceful, but very likely to be criminals. So that's the citizens we actually end up having. These are mammalian. So these have actually got an extra growth. So they grow faster. So these are warm-blooded and bear live young. Still carbon-based biology, so we end up with a similar style of gameplay. Traditional, these are sort of traditionalists, so this philosophy values historical continuity and emphasise the importance of customs, practices and institutions. So these sorts of things become important for that particular faction. These are slavers, so they sort of enslave. This unlocks a whole lot of different things. We saw that again with the Drengen, I think, were slavers, and vigilant. So in this case, it allows them to all sorts of other different technologies. It opens up a whole other technology tree by being vigilant. And so that's sort of then, and we can play this again whichever way we want to actually play it. We've got things, for example, like this one here, which is molluscoid. So a very, very different thing. These are sort of more oceanic. These are more sort of like a traditional aquatic sort of species. So you've got a lot of different things. Again, you can see a different type of cultural focus through there. Starfaring, these are voyagers as well. So they've got, like that was the same, I think, as the humans. Yeah, they were voyagers and inspired. So again, it's just the combination of everything really leads to very, very different factions. So let's go and build a faction from scratch, and we'll then use that to play through our playthrough. So I'm just going to go and click on this generation through here. This is the actual Snappy in here. This is just placeholder until we sort of figure out what we want to then go and do. And so there's not really any hard set way of structuring this. So we'll probably generate a couple of these so you can sort of see the difference as to how things work. What do you do is this is it's called I forget actually what they call it. It's something GPT. It's not Galactic GPT. I forget what they actually call it. So it's essentially an AI generation of a faction, which is where you sort of end up heading with this. And it says the short description, don't struggle too much with this. Even just keywords is enough. And so you can sort of just go and grab anything and place it into here and just see what you actually generate, and it will, and then sort of structure things back from that other side. Now you'll see that there's one, this has actually gone through some, it makes much more sense of what it builds in here now than what it used to. So when it first came out, it was good, but it was a bit sort of hit and miss with the way it sort of did work. In our case, we've got the phenotype there of humanoid, but that's not a humanoid that we're seeing through there. If I go and put in like space rats which we have it like carrots. I mean, anything. It doesn't really matter what it is. Carrots and beans. If I just go and put anything in here, it will generate for me using what it has a species. So if I just go into generate, we'll then have a look and see what we end up with. So it's then going to sort of then work it through. Alien GPT. There it is. So thanks Battle Mode for that one. So it's now generating the. I've put in space rats that like carrots and beans. I can't remember exactly which things do change. This probably still needs a bit of work. No, it's actually much better than it used to be. So what it's done here is generating all sorts of stuff. This has now generated nibble the stars, harvest the cosmos is the slogan. It then goes through a more detailed description as to who our species is. I'll just go and click on done. I'll then get it. It will then go and search through the library of images that Stardock has got, and it'll try to sort of pick what it thinks will be sort of applicable AI generated type images, but based on what Stardock has already had built from their different games. So it's going to be loading in and generating a whole lot of different sort of AI type factions. Some of these aren't really as applicable as you would sort of hope, but it still sort of works. It doesn't normally take all that long. So we've got different types of characters. Some of these will look very similar to what we've had before. See, I don't know why an elephant would be in charge of a whole lot of rats, but anyway, there's different things in through there. That one there sort of works pretty well. There's no rats that I can sort of see in through here as such, but again, I can upload my own images if I wanted to, but I can just go and pick that one and just click on done for now. I probably won't save this. And so this little description that we had here now has no bearing at all on anything else. That was just to get us started. And so what we end up with this one through here is it's chosen a species for us. So the Mammalia galactic, so resilient and resourceful. Mammalia galactics easily acquire the skills needed for most tasks, even if none are particularly specialised. So we end up with essentially a whole lot of different rodents in through this other side. The phenotype we have is mammalian, and so mammalian has got that carbon-based biology with 0.5 growth, so it grows faster than humans, for example. The cultural focus is collectivism, and so in this case it would have a I can actually go down and choose any one of these. So collectivism is going to believes in prioritising group, community or society over individual interests, often with a focus on shared responsibility and collective actions. So, again, we haven't chosen a particularly aggressive description here. Space rats that like carrots and beans is pretty much all we actually have. And so it's actually it's reinterpreted that to Rodenta concordia is the description, cunning space scavengers thriving on trade and appetite for cosmos conquest. So it's not really like the carrots and beans aren't specific in terms of what we end up getting with that one. I don't know what it's just Captain Whisker, someone or other. I can't see the actual name there to see what that actually is, something or other. And it would be a sort of funny one, I would imagine. But you can see there also the personality, and through this one, they've gone expansionist and greedy. This is actually where we end up, we need to pick two of these. What these are, this is not the abilities. What this is actually how the AI would play this. If the AI was going to, if this was auto-generated into our game, how would the AI play it? And so in this case, they've said, well, they're probably going to be expansionist, so they prioritise opportunities to expand their empire, and they're going to be greedy, so prioritises opportunities to increase their treasury by any means. That's fine for what this one actually is. So I don't really need to even go and change any of this. This is actually this is no problem at all to actually have them as the as a species. The species themselves, and I'll talk a little bit about this one when we generate an actual one that we're going to be playing, but I can go and choose the species, and I'll talk a little bit about how this one works as well. So when we come in, there's a whole lot of them that are in here in the base game. Like there's you can see there the Altarians, the Arceans, so all of the base game ones are in here for the actual factions that come with the game. So we're going to have the Drath, the Drengen, we should have Festron, and these are all great as base units. We go all the way down. We're also going to have, for example, the Snaffy back and through there. They're also mammalian with what they actually end up having. They've also got sort of fairly generic ones. So, for example, like space dwarves, space elves, space demons, star frogs, things like that aren't really part of the base game itself, but can be still used. In fact, the one that they chose for us, that mammalian one, Mammalia galactic, is one that has come through, and this is actually one that is that I don't know if this is actually coming from DLC. There's about 12 that came through with a civilization DLC, and the civilization DLC only adds civilizations, which is really, really cool anyway. Biff Gimbal subscribed. Thank you very, very much for that one, Biff. And Jomo was in sort of saying bottom left image looks good. I'm not sure. Oh, hang on, there was another image that was way back there. Sorry, I missed that one. Bannerman's saying exciting as exotic stuff like cat girls and vampires, of course, depends on how weeby you are, which I think is really cool. Again, you've got so many different things that you can bring in from here, or you can make your own. So you've got sort of like a random one in through here, which citizens can be of any species in the galaxy, so it just makes a combination. The citizens are where you get your leaders from, where you get your the people on the planets, where they sort of come from as well. So you end up with all these different approaches. There's zombies in there as well. And so what happens with the actual citizens, these are all the different portraits for these mammalian citizens that we would end up sort of having, with all sorts of different rats and things in through that other side. So this is actually, again, it didn't generate these. It just chose this one. And so we've got species traits. Relative resolve is 0. The relative diligence is another +1 through there. Intelligence 0, social 0, but the growth rate is 1.5. Consider that you also get another 0.5 bonus for the for the because they're mammalian. I don't think it shows there if that's the case. So I'm thinking that I think that would still only show one, but then there's a plus 0.5 bonus when you start the game. Approval is 50% relative expectations. So this affects how they then work across the galaxy and on different planets. They've got the different advisors. These are unimportant to a large extent. These are very, very small characters that just give you guidance as to what it thinks that, the game has got some helpers that will help you make choices, and that's a description in through there. Now I can copy that species and actually then go and change any of this if I wanted to. I don't know if this is only available if you've got the DLC or not, to change the actual like with all the different citizens. But the citizens are a very, very important choice with what you have. But this is actually chosen well for me, so I'll just go and just go back. So that's actually all fine in through there. And then if we just go across into abilities, so that's the biology. So it sets that one up. The abilities that's now chosen for us are, it's gone with deceptive. So we've got a slight bit of deceptiveness back into here again as well. Influential. We've got we're forgettable. So we're not very. It doesn't really know much about us. We're slightly courageous back into there as well. So planetary defense has got up by 20%, and we also we're militant in this case. So control we get plus 50 control at the start of the game with being militant. So that's actually what it thinks that our civilization traits are for what we have. Now there's some in here can be very, very cool, like fast, for example. Just having the extra, this one costs 2 points, but this one actually does allow you to travel quickly. Now it's not important in terms of what the AI has thought would be good for the civilization traits in through this other side. But then we get down to the civilization abilities, and these are those combination of 40 times 40 that I spoke about. So they've got Ravenous and Traders, and we saw there before the Ravenous receives 1,000 credits and 10% approval for 25 months after conquering a planet. And so there's all these different things. Now I wouldn't be wanting to play this one because it blocks too much of the base game stuff to allow its uniqueness. But this is from one aspect. You can see there's a whole range of different things with resourcefulness, and then it's also got traders in through there as well, which gives extra freight ships, extra trade license, plus 3 trade licenses, extra persuasion when it's using diplomacy, etc., etc. A whole lot of different things that unlock with that one as well. I'll show you. For me, this the most exciting thing about the civilization aspect of the game is these combination of these two abilities that we had looked at before. This is what they all are. So there's heaps and heaps of them, and so it's any combination of any of the 40 of these, which can be wildly different with what they actually end up having. So there's a whole heap of them where they sort of bring in different aspects of the actual of the game itself. In fact, I'm just looking at Ironborn there. I'm thinking when we create our actual faction, we might use that as a guide. We might sort of create some space dwarfs. Maybe we'll play with space dwarfs or something like that, with Ironborn as one of the ones that we go with. And then traders on the other side will then sort of be, it's the same list. You'll see that traders will also be in here. There it is there. So it's still 40 times 4. There's about 40 of them in here. So you choose 2, and the combination of the 2, they work brilliantly to actually really make something very, very special. You've then got the map theme, like what the colour's going to be, interface theme, the theme music, different command ship styles that you're then going to have. Like these are Promethean ships, but you can actually change these as well. So you can sort of change a lot of these. The planet type is volcanic. That's a strange choice. I think that's sort of a good one to go with. I think that terrestrial would be a better choice. Niblon Prime as is the world name that it's actually gone with. So I don't know why it chose volcanic, because that doesn't make sense with a mammalian. And then the fleet style as well. You've then got the different, it's easier to just pick an actual fleet style of an existing type of ships. The best way to actually to evaluate these is to go down to the bigger ships, like a battleship, and just have a bit of a look to see what it actually looks like. Is it sort of what's it going to look like in space? So that's sort of and you can then change the overall look of the ships as well if you're wanting to. But let's actually just go and save that civilization. So we'll just go and save that one, and we'll just go and generate another one, and we'll generate the one that we're going to be actually playing with. Actually, what I might do is I might actually now go back out and then come back in and we'll look at that. So we're going to go out and have a look at the at what people say about the game and actually sort of address some of those aspects as well of what we're actually doing. Peter Smith saying, I mostly like my last GalCiv plays. I can't even remember why I didn't play more of it. I think it was 4x fatigue. I'm tired of undercooked games coming out requiring 200 patches and 20 DLCs as a model. I want to talk about that as well because I think that there's now a few DLCs for the game, and people often ask me when I'm playing these games, what would be a? Actually, I'll just go back out. Did that save? I think it did. Should have. Seems to have frozen there for a second. I'll just let it do its thing for a little while. I'll just answer a few more of these questions. Yeah, so it's sort of so we'll actually talk about the I guess the positives and negatives of the game, sort of how they go. Actually, there we go. Building custom strategies. All right, that seems to be sort of doing what it's doing. Come on, come on, come on. Don't freeze on me. I'm using sort of like an experimental build. So I should have prefaced this and say, oh, there we go. It generates the conversations as well, civilization data. So it's now saving all those things. Actually, I might even I won't keep on playing this one, but this has now popped those in my list of factions. So that's now sort of just popped up in through here as well. So this one then can be sort of played. I'll go back out and we'll come back in and talk about what the new update does, because the update doesn't really change much of what we just saw there, except it does make much more sense now with Alien GPT, giving it better structure. It used to be that you had to really, double check all of those different things, but it now looks like it does a very, very good job of matching everything together in a meaningful way, which is fantastic. So if we go back out, I'll just go and quit for a second, and then we'll sort of we'll just go through. Are you sure you want to quit? Yes. So that one is now saved away. I'm just going to go into my Steam area. And we'll address some of the things. I hope this is big enough on the screen. And I'll just go through and now sort of talk a little bit about, recent reviews and things like this. You can see there it's this one's rated at 72% overall and is 66%, which is low. I'm so always surprised when I see this with this game. Similarly with Distant Worlds, they both rate about the same level, which I find really, really surprising, to be honest, just because the overall aspect of them, these are, like, for me, they'd be rating at least in the mid-80s. So it's wildly different to what we're actually sort of seeing through here. If we have a look down at some of the negative reviews, and I always find this a useful way of just evaluating to see whether something is going to be something that I would be wanting to play or not. I always look, so this is something I do a lot, just to sort of see if I think a game, particularly when I get offered a game, I'm thinking, do I want to play it or not? I look at the reviews, and if it's actually, I look at the negative ones rather than the positive ones. I always look to see how many hours someone has played, just to make sure that they've actually have played enough to make it, a worthwhile comment. Sometimes you get people who have played for like 10 minutes, and you think, okay, well, that's not really going to be very good. But let's actually go through and just see what some of these comments are. I won't go through all of them. So this one here is saying The Failed Son. Preface this by saying this is related to 3, assuming all DLCs. Okay, so it's related to the DLCs. The good. Actually, I won't go through that one in that case because it's mainly about the DLCs. We'll talk about the DLCs separately. Yep, so classic example of trying to make a good thing better, gone wrong. GalCiv 3 had me hooked. 4 puts me to sleep. That's a really interesting statement. And 18 hours is actually not insubstantial. So this one is actually an interesting one. And the reason that this is interesting, it actually comes back to one of the earlier comments that Jamoy had made some time ago now, saying Brad Wardell did a lot of great things for this game. It was only mediocre when it first came out, but he made it much better. And the reason that it's so much better is because it moved away from GalCiv 3. And this is actually quite a funny sort of aspect. When the game first came out, it was actually released on the Epic Games Store. There was a 1-year period of grace where the Epic Games Store sort of had it. And quite often games struggle after the 1 year with the Epic Games Store. And so and during that time, like the game had been developed and sort of, but it really, like when it first came out in the Epic, I sort of had it back then as well, and I was sort of, I just couldn't get into it because I found that really, really boring. I found Gal Civ 4 when it first came out extremely boring, and so there's actually sort of, there's only one version now, but there was two versions when the Steam version came out. There was Gal Civ 4, which was sort of like the equivalent to the Epic Game Store version, and then Gal Civ 4 Supernova, which had a lot of the changes, which is what we now play. And so what actually happened was that when Brad sort of came in and thought, oh, this isn't really where I wanted it to go, he then decided to really look back at what was considered the high point of the series up until that point for a lot of people, which was Gal Civ 2. And so he tried to really have a look at all of the mechanics, looked at everything from the scratch, and sort of then, and so the team then started to sort of then work through the, you know, what made Gal Civ 2 so popular, what people liked about it, and tried to reintroduce a lot of the flavour of that back into the game. So it's sort of, it's interesting. I think people who did prefer Gal Civ 3 have just got a different, I guess, expectation of what they enjoy in games than you know, the people who, for example, enjoyed Gal Civ 2. In my opinion, Gal Civ 2 at that point was the high point. So I love the changes that have been put into this game since it was released on Epic. Like, you know, by the time it was released on Steam, it had already had most of the actual changes had been put into it to then make it so that it became, for me, a much, much more engaging game. So that one is one that I'm thinking, yep, if you thought that Gal Civ 3 was a big improvement on Gal Civ 2, then you may agree with this comment. For me, I'm not. I was somebody who preferred Gal Civ 2 to Gal Civ 3. And so even though Gal Civ 3 was a better game in a sense, but in terms of its overall game design, I actually preferred the direction that Gal Civ 2 headed. So Gal Civ 4 for me, I think, is by far the best in the series. For me, there's not even anything that at all that comes back into it. Actually, Battle Mode is saying Gal Civ 3 was a decent game, but Gal Civ 4 now is by far the best of the series by a long way. Yes, so I think you're exactly right. I hate saying that when Battle Mode says something because we disagree about everything, but Battle Mode is sort of saying that. And also Battle Mode's also saying that Gal Civ 3 wasn't as good as Gal Civ 2. I don't think. I think if taking into account that there's a fair few years in with technology sort of coming through with different changes between Gal Civ 2 and Gal Civ 3, Gal Civ 2 was still had the better focus with the way that combat worked, all sorts of different things, and so the focus that was put into Gal Civ 4 really it embraced a lot of the old things, and again, thinking back to like Age of Wonders did that as well. Like with Age of Wonders 4, they sort of they didn't rely on building on top of Age of Wonders 3. They went back and really embraced Age of Wonders 2, because people actually that had played the series forever preferred the design decisions that were made in Age of Wonders 2 over Age of Wonders 3, and I'm one of them as well. So I love Age of Wonders 4. I love this game as well because I also really, really liked Gal Civ 2. So over Gal Civ 3 in the sense of what it actually did with what it was doing there. Battle Mode saying everything has been changed. Yes, and really everything from the game. This is the other thing I see some comments in here. I won't sort of talk about too much. This is 122 hours. Wow, this is actually, this post from fairly recently. So again, could be relevant. Let's have a quick look and see. At this moment, I wouldn't recommend to waste money on that game. I played second a lot and probably came for all those good memories and thought that after 20 years this was going to be a gigantic progress, but I was totally wrong. See, I don't agree with that, but that's 122 hours is a long time in the game. So game design was so horrible in most aspects, it gave me feelings that this game is still in beta test. I'm going to leave a comprehensive list with problems that I've encountered during playtime. It's going to be too long for us to read through, I guess. Well, a lot of these things I think we'll find is one of the things with the game. This is actually something that Stardock does, and what Stardock tends to do is that they, and I'm just trying to think of other game developers that sort of do this as well. I'm thinking Paradox would probably be in the same sort of category with some of their games where they will sort of do things, and there's a degree of excitement, I think, when there's something that they are working on, and they often go beyond what needs to be done to make it enjoyable, and then they have to peg it back. So yes, there is a period often where there's tweaking, and I don't mind that because the tweaking is coming from the feedback. And I know that Stardock listens very, very strongly to what people say, and so they try to they try to take on board what the core of what people are sort of saying, and Paradox will be the same in a lot of what they do. Now, it's not going to satisfy everyone, but I know that, for example, with map generation, I think that even though it's only like a week in the past, map generation is completely different with version 3. That's probably the biggest change in the game, which changes so much about everything. So I won't go through all of these, but map generation, you could probably pretty much ignore that statement. But I would do want to recognise that 122 hours is a long time to sort of to before you write a review, which is interesting. Anyway, we won't go through all of these, but this is again very considered. If you're trying to evaluate whether something is, here we go, we've got someone with 188 hours into it. You also don't know, like that's 6th of June as well. If I ever just read more of that one, I played the original years ago. I saw an ad and thought I would check it out. It's been years since I played the original. To me, it's the same game with an updated interface. It's almost like that they use some of the original scripts and like the original, the repeat over and over to monotony. I don't see this again. I don't know what I'm seeing differently in the game. I find it wildly different every time I play it. Like to the point where I will often restart games just because I missed out on getting a planet or something. Like it's sort of I don't know. For me, it doesn't really I don't really sort of see that myself personally. I was going to try to address what the perspective of different people have. I hope I haven't sort of I do respect people sort of put the effort into write reviews like this, and it is very, very valuable to see it. I've got the good there. I just it's probably a little bit too much to read through there. Let's have a look at the DLCs maybe and just work our way through there, because people often say when they get a game, when they first get a game, like what DLCs should they get? For me, the main one by far is Warlords, and so Warlords is one that you would be wanting to go and get. The Species Pack, really what we just saw before we came back in, really is just giving you civilians. It's not the citizens. It's not giving you civilizations. It just gives you more to play with the citizens. So actually, Battlemite's saying real criticism is a dying art, and you won't find it on Steam, unfortunately. You do a fair bit, to be honest. Like, to be fair, quite often you can sort of see the the differences with the way that that things have been, what people focus on. So I tend to look and see what the motivation of the criticism is, and if it's something that's important to me or not. And if it's not important to me, then I know that I don't have to really worry too much about the criticism and do it that way. So Ben was saying there's a lot to criticise in Galaxy 4 still, and the developers will be the first to admit it, but the problems I see on Steam aren't congruent with the issues of the game. Yeah, I agree with that. Just looking at reading those, I think you're right with that as well. The AI also, the user experience and user interface in the game, I know gets a lot of attention from the development team. So even though there's often comments that are negative about the user experience and user interface, I actually, again, don't see that in the game. I just see every time that there's an update, there's improvement to and we'll look at that as well when we get into the actual game itself. But these are the ones. Species Pack, for me, that's a good one, even though it says mostly negative, just because it adds so much more diversity to the citizens that you then end up having in the in your galaxy. Megastructures is one that's also sort of rated in a mixed review. This one is like one of the comments in through here that I was reading actually before I sort of like over the last few days. There was somebody that had commented and sort of said that it wasn't really this is a half-baked expansion with incoherent design at its core. It does not work from a purely gameplay perspective and does not work from a science fiction logical point of view. I like the Civ franchise because in the past it's stayed mostly true to hard sci-fi. This expansion is hard deviation from that. It's clear that there's no point designers spend any time thinking about the Kardashev scales and what it would take to go from a Type 1 civilization to Type 2. This game you collect magic pixie dust called Gigamass. Well, I don't know if I'd call it that, but anyway. But this one again, I think that this would be something where the lack of realism in this one is really what he's talking about. And it just means you've got different ways of playing the game. So this one I do like. I actually do like mega structures quite a bit with what it actually does bring in. See, another person here is just sort of saying very hit or miss. This is back from last year. While the mega structures themselves offer many unique and very powerful benefits, but because of the resource that use them are finite, not infinite, you have to plan around that depending on. But again, it's an extra little portion that you can then play in the game itself. So this one, you can see there's people are fairly negative about this particular DLC. I don't see that personally. So for me, I'm finding that this one is actually a fairly good one. The ones that I find are probably the ones that I personally don't really warm to the most are the ones that, like the Tales of Centauran back and through here, and also the new one here, the Tales of Arnor. These add story events, and story events for me don't. I like procedural generation. I just like the pure gameplay. So for me personally, I don't warm to these. But if you are looking for role play, if you're looking for that sort of aspect, then these can be good as well. So, but that's for me, they're the weaker of the ones, just because of my own way that I like to play the game. The mega structures and warlords add good nuance to the actual game itself. Warlords adds different ways of conducting battles, which was when the game first came out, and with all Gal Civ games, to be honest, it's the auto battler that for me was the weakest part of the game. And Warlords sort of did a lot to address the way that you then structure your fleets. So it's still an auto battler, but with much more nuance with the Warlords DLC. Now, having said that, there could be certainly improvement to it, but it's for me, it's the one must-have DLC. The others are nice, like Mega Structures and Species Pack are nice to have, and then Tales of Arnor and Tales of Centauran for me, because I don't really care much about scripted type of events. For me, are probably the least. Now, I don't know if that's fair, but that's sort of where that's where my sort of aspects lie. I like the Warlords because of what it does for the auto battler, basically. Battle Mode is just saying a few other things. So Battle Mode is saying the whole point of Gigamasters is when it was finite. Yeah, you had to make your decisions in advance. So, which again, I agree with Battle Mode on that one. God, I hate saying this. I agree with him so much because I normally disagree with him quite vehemently. So Battle Mode saying that people bitching about it because they don't really understand the game design. Force started off to increase gigamass to the point now that it's far too easy to pray to get the D values that what Mega Structures does for the game. Yeah, so and again that's going to be just coming from different feedback from people. So unfortunately, I hope that there's still a setting where you can sort of have like limited gigamass. I'd be preferring to play with limited gigamass rather than sort of expanding gigamass. Probably if there was a way to manufacture it would have been good, but I thought there was actually. Anyway, there's a whole lot of different stuff in through there. So that's sort of essentially just trying to address, I guess, some of the elephants in the room about the game, as particularly with the negative reviews. When we get into it, you'll sort of see the scope of what the game actually has. So let's go back to the game. I won't spend any more time back out there, but I do want to address the overall these reviews, because the game is so much better than what the reviews are saying. And I say this again about Distant Worlds as well. Like both these games are very, very hard done by the Steam reviews, which is a problem. Which is unfortunately, because I think a lot of people would actually look at that and think, it's not really for me. Like if people are saying that, I just hope that these sort of videos go some way to at least explain what the game actually does and why it's just so damn special. Let's go and minimize that, open it back up, and we'll now create a new faction, and we'll make these space dwarves. So we'll just sort of start off with that one. And I only really when I saw Ironborn at the bottom there, I thought, we'll throw that one in. We'll build something around that one. So I can sort of structure anything I like. I don't have to stick with what I've got either. So I'll just, we'll build ourselves, so you can build a faction very, very quickly in the game, like using the Alien GPT mode that Stardock did introduce. And it's with version 3, it makes so much more sense now. So version 3 in the bottom corner back over there. And so with the version 3, as I said, like the Alien GPT is much, much better with what it does put together. Let's go and start a new game and just get started again. So I'm just going to go back up and where's our last one? Oh, there it is down there. Okay, so we're just going to come back in. So we're just going to go and change the short description. That's all we have to do just to get started, is to literally go and, in fact, if we have a look and see, this one here is coming in with progressivism, merciless, aggressive. Abilities are going to be, in this case, actually minors is what we're going to probably end up with, to be honest. Influential, likable, Zoloxy, contaminant is the interface theme, which is sort of like what happens with the user interface. Jungle World. We'll just see what actually does change, and in this case it's probably going to be using, this has got Iridium ship style with what it's doing. But we'll just go back to biology and just put in the description through here. So short, strong humanoids. Now I just want to see if it will pick the space dwarves without actually putting space dwarves in the description. And we can always chop and change that one. Rely on mining and have a short fuse. I'll see if it understands what that actually is. So if that's all we're going to be putting in as our as the short description for the AI generation of the faction, just generate and see what we end up with. And of course, if we don't like it, we can always just chop and change things. The mighty Forge Syndicate, Forge Raiders, that's not bad. Short, robust miners driven by ambition, crafting powerful technologies from the cosmos. Riches. So still generating. And so from depths we rise, forge our destiny. I like all that sort of stuff. In the shadow resets the galaxy, the mighty Forge Syndicate emerges as a formidable force. So it did choose the dwarves. There we go. So it's doing a good job. That was a bit of a test to see if it would actually do it, how it would go and structure this one. So it's searching for portraits, so it'll probably search for dwarven type portraits, I'd imagine. So just go and sort of it's now actually, so looking at the description that it's generated to actually then go and pick these. It'd be cool if you could actually add in keywords to the generation of the images, actually, so that it could actually then sort of narrow its selection down even further. See what we end up getting. So none of these are really dwarf-like. So I'm going to go and search again. So now there used to be a button where you could actually say one's close or whatever it might be. Let's just do another search. You've got, I forget how many of these searches you can do. Like there's a limitation to what you can then do. I think it goes through like your IP address. It just does it. It just double checks it, just so you can't generate like squillions and squillions of them. Peter Smith saying, now I'm giving Distant Worlds 2 the hard stick now. I don't know what the hard stick is, giving it a go or steering clear of it. The idea of Alien GPT as an instant dislike. Same as Unreal Engine 5, an instant dislike. It's what it does do is we're not getting what we want here. We're not getting what we want. Let's just go and, if we go and browse images, that's browse or cache images without regard to prompt. I don't know if that's going to help us. I've got a few that I can then sort of go and choose. Yeah, we're not getting anything here that really is sort of fitting the bill as such. I'll just do another search again. Oh, okay, yeah, actually Radon X is saying don't forget to scroll down and see what else they provided. I should have done that. Should have done that, just check and see. Anyway, we'll see how we go. I know that there's a limitation to how many we can actually generate like this. Pete Smith saying they might as well release Gal Civ on the place. Well, I like what it does, to be honest, and the reason I like it is is because it ends up, oh, there we go, we're getting close now. And we do actually have more that I should have actually double checked to sort of see if there was anyone else that was close to it. Oh, there's a lot here actually. They did generate a lot. Yeah, I should have done that to start with, just to sort of see what else we get. We get some pretty weird ones. I don't mind that one, and I don't mind the other one that we saw there before. I think I'll actually just pick him. So I'll click on done with him, so that can be him. Yeah, so so Pete Smith saying disgusting. I hate it, and hate hating things. For me, it's sort of like they've done a good job of this now, because it's starting to now give it structure, and for me this is a good use of AI, because it's using their own images that they've had as the training for the images. So they've actually, it's not as if they're taking it from the internet as such. They're taking it from their own source, and things are sort of they're making things make sense here. So anyway, we've got the portrait is fine. We've got the logo, we've got the space dwarves, stout and sturdy dwarves who are renowned for their craftsmanship and love the underground and various worlds. Let's just go and choose the species. So if we have a look and see this particular one, these ones have just got a 1 growth rate. I might change some of these traits a little bit. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy this species and just go and copy it, and we're going to call it DAS Dwarves or something like that. And so what I can do is I can just tweak things. I can either go and completely change names and portraits. I can the humanoid, the carbon-based, which is fine. The resolve is going to be higher, so I'm going to go +1 resolve, and I think I'll just leave it like that. You can go wildly different here with what you end up doing, so I'll leave all the others where they are. So we'll just go and save that species. So all we're doing is just tweaking a little bit of extra resolve into the citizens, just so that they essentially going to be working actually in diligence. Maybe we'll go that way. +1 resolve, +1 diligence. Save the species, and that now becomes the DAS Dwarves, is now the species that we're going to be using. I can sort of add more portraits and do different things to it, but I'll just leave that one where that is. And we'll choose that species. So we now have the DAS Dwarves in through there, which will then change the structure of how we then sort of operate with different things in through there. Nim Japan is saying, good morning. Only space game that gives you waifu commanders. Shame on you. You have to dig down to the menus to see yourself during the game. Should take a page out of Civ and have a HUD for your waifu. I'm not sure. What's waifu? I forget what waifu actually is. So do all the women portraits have beards too? I'm not sure, actually. Do they? Are they female? Yeah, they seem to be. I don't like bearded female dwarves, to be honest. But anyway, I could add more in there if I wanted to, but that's fine. We'll just choose that species. So that'll be okay. They'll just do what they do. The logos, we then just chooses randomly from the logos. There's a whole range of different things in through here. If there's like a hammer, I'll take a hammer. Something like that will do. You can actually upload your own stuff in there as well. This is how the AI will play it, aggressive and greedy, which I'm actually happy enough with. So that's tend to be looking for excuses to go to war, be careful and greedy. They increase their treasuries by any means. That sounds good as well, I think, from an AI perspective. The cultural focus, I think totalitarianism. I think traditionalism would be actually more to the point. I think I'm going to change that to traditionalism back in through here. So we'll just tweak what we want with this. Ironclad Grimstone is the leader name. MFS is the Mighty Forge Syndicate, is the prefix for the ship call signs. The abilities, what are they giving us this time? We do have minors. We've got influential. That's going to then expand our borders a little bit. What else have we got? We've got likable. That's not really what we want. I'm going to unclick that one. So I've got one more trait point. I'll try to make them sort of more now productive. I think would actually fit in there. Influential. I don't know if that one fits as well. Courageous. Potentially. Influential is going to, this one is going to be influence growth of plus 10%. Maybe I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there, I think. Militant is going to give me extra control at the start. Explorers, I don't really want that one. Mining, Raw production of plus 50%. I will keep that one there. I think that one sort of then works. Now they've gone with resourceful and craftsman as the as two of the abilities, and I actually think that could actually work fairly well. So rather than going to the full, list of different things, let's just go and see what resourceful does give us. And so we've got starts with some useful resources. We end up with hypersilicates and durantium. Allows the auto printer planetary improvement. Allows the communications array planetary improvement. But it does block synthetic orbital habitat orbitals. Blocks the capital mainframe planetary improvement, blocks the industrial centre, and blocks the planetary harvester. Do we want to do that? What else is there? Resilient. Ships immune to nebula and have access to, ravenous. We won't want that. Let's have a look and see if there's anything else. Loyal. Leaders have plus 10 loyalty, which would be good. It does block other different sorts of things we can then go and do as well. Experienced. All ships have 25% more experience points from battles. That would add to toughness of it. Engineers. Colony and asteroid production decays at half the normal rate. So deep field sensors research, subspace projection tech. I quite like that actually. If we go with engineers, and then we've got craftsmen as well. So plus 50% income from trade routes, plus 50% trade route income is what we're getting there. Egalitarianism, so cultural awareness increases by 1. There's 2 of those. Nihilism increases by 1. We get plus 5 persuasion. I'll keep that, I think. I think I'll keep that one where that actually is. Jungle World, it hasn't changed this, and I sort of wish it would. I'll make this into just a terrestrial world again. Cragstone Prime is what it's going to be called, the home world name. The map theme will go with sort of like more of a with more of a sort of yellowy theme, I think, or even a Korath type colour. Should we go even darker? No, Korath will be okay, or even Drath. We'll go Drath. The interface theme, we'll get away from the greens. We'll go Kryn, so we end up with sort of like changing it so that it becomes a bit more of an orangey type thing. The theme music, I won't bother changing that one. Now, the commander ships, these are an important decision that you do need to make as to what style of ship you're going to ultimately have your special ships doing. These are defensive ships which add different abilities to your fleets and also to what you actually have. So we've got a whole range of these different sorts of things like world supporting ships, legendary ships, expansion ships. I want something just fairly generic. There's so many in this game. Section of warfighting ships, observation ships, monster ships. So they'd be sort of more like monsters, for example, if we chose that one through there, which is not suitable for what we have. Scavenger ships. Maybe what we had there was actually not too bad. The defensive warships. I think I'll go back to that one there. So this will be this is like a pool of special ships we have access to in the actual game. You can see the customization is just exponential in this game. So I'm happy with all of that. Let's just go across to our fleets. Now it's wanting to use the Iridium style ships, which that one looks crazy dark. So let's just go down and choose again a big ship, a battleship, and just have a bit of a look. And so if we start to now change, this is the ship style is the Iridium ship style. This is the style of ship that's been constructed. Again, you can build your own or even download them, whatever you want to do. In this case, we're going to go with, we'll just try Ruthless. That will give us sort of more of a sort of metallic look. Default is going to be sort of a bit whiter with just metals everywhere. If we go across Rebellion, it's just going to add a little bit more red into those. So the main colour that we see there is going to be the main colour of the ship itself. So if I go into Taurian, it's only going to be mainly sort of green or in that first one with some yellow. So I can sort of have a look to see what's actually been put into here. Slime is going to be, again, that's not too bad. Or we might even be able to sort of find something that's just a little bit more like Red Death is going to be sort of probably a little bit too dark. This has also been changed, by the way, to make it stand out better in the game. Steel Inverted. That's fairly strong. That looks pretty good. It's probably a little bit too much. Let's just go and see if there's something else. We've got Mecha. And I may start there. It's a bit dark, but we'll see how we go with this one. And then the primary, what we end up having is on the actual ship itself, you'll see that there's different patterns through the actual ship, the way that it's been structured. So it's using these hexes too. As I change these, we'll start to sort of see them change. That's hexes 3, textured, orange peel, diamonds, crosshatch, armor plates, hex armor, circuits. So we're just looking at the overall sort of look at it. Circuits 2, circuits 3, circuits 4, ridges, pipes, pipes 2, damaged panels. So I don't mind the look of that, to be honest. So I think we'll go that way. Is there a number 2 of that one? Yeah, there is. I'll leave that one through there. And the secondary one is going to be on sort of smaller parts of the ship. There'll be other portions that will also then be looking to make use of these. So if we have a look at the panels, you can see it through here, for example. I'll just go to it's not going to, we're not going to see much of it in through that other side. We then actually have how the materials work. Medium reflectivity, so we can sort of chop and change. That's high reflectivity, no modification, non-metallic, metallic saturated, metallic low reflectivity, and so we can see the various way that it then can then go and work. That's more chrome, planet, asteroid, germanium resources. I'll just put it on metallic. I think that will sort of then fit in fairly nicely with the actual overall look of the ships. And for the other one, we've got chrome, blown out lights, no modification, non-metallic. So we can sort of see the chop and changing of these secondary ones as well. I'll just go with metallic saturated, so we end up with sort of like high metallic look to the secondary elements on the actual ship itself. And so that will then change all of the different ship designs, so that all of the modelling will then sort of apply across the whole range, so they'll all look like this. And I don't mind the look of the ships, to be honest. This Iridium style ship style, I can go and choose, or as I said before, I can download different ships as well, but I can choose any of these. Iridium for me looks pretty good, but we can sort of choose anything there. So I like it. I like the look of that one. So we're just going to, I think we'll just save it now. I think I'm sort of happy with what we've got. So just going back through, biology is good, abilities is good. You can see that, like the breadth of customization for every single faction is, it's not just the 40 times 40, although that for me is the heart, the beating heart of the whole system. Everything else has bearing on it as well. So like that's just like that combination of 1,600 different combos of the abilities of the tech trees and things, combined with the other stuff, it really just, it is an unbelievable number of different gameplay styles you can then go and play with. So I've chosen these because we're not really cutting off any of our tech tree. So we're actually sort of leaving the tech tree pretty much intact with going with those two abilities in through there. Is Drath, now that map theme, is that too much now? Maybe it is. Korath is just a little bit light. I might just go that way there. I'll save the civilization. It's now saving the civilization data. I'll just let it do its thing. And so Satan is saying, oh my God, Galactic 4, nice. Yeah, great game. So Satan Baal is also saying, so how big a galaxy and how many sectors? Well, we have to figure that one out. We go, hi Supreme Plague, how you going? You got your caps lock around the wrong way. Be careful, Nightbot will boot you. So hi Dwan John is saying good morning, good morning, day, afternoon, night, cheers. There we go. For me it's still late morning now. Had a swim. God, it was freezing today. Today was the coldest day of the year for us. So it was 4 degrees outside. So it was very cold going to the beach, having a swim. But it was still good. So still just waiting. Yeah, it's building custom strategies. This is actually where the Alien GPT has also really changed things around a lot, and actually now made much more structured descriptions and content within the game itself. Again, the perfect use of AI, I think, is what it's doing through here. The alien conversations. It'll be interesting to see how it has structured those. It makes it very, very, very unique. So we've got these guys, short, robust miners, driven by ambition, crafting powerful technologies from the cosmos riches. Traditionalists, humanoid, engineers, craftsmen, colony ship, flagship. We're using the stout and sturdy dwarves who are renowned for their craftsmanship and love of the underground of various worlds. So that's what we're going to be ending up having. Just going to go next. And so now we'll get into, what we'll do is I'll play a couple of starts just so you can see some of the other changes that have come into the actual game itself. This is the galaxy setup with what actually does happen. So I've got the overall galaxy difficulty. I'll just keep it on bright, I think. Do I want to go genius? Let's keep it on bright. I'll just keep it in the middle, I think. Game pacing on normal, research rate on normal. Encounters, minor races. So sets how many minor civilizations the galaxy is populated with. I'll just go occasional. Hostile entities sets how many hostile shipyards and monster nests the galaxy is populated with. Go occasional there as well. And civilization proximity. So sets distance between players starting homeworlds. Now, I've got like far. We can check these out just to see how they go. We can have them where they're all clustered together. We can have them so that they're not too close. I'll keep them on distant. In the past, that has been a good setting. It may be different now with this version 3 because things have certainly changed a lot in the game. Now, the galaxy size. This is the like as you can sort of see, we can go there from a tiny galaxy through to a gigantic. This. I don't know if this is actually a good description of what this actually does do. I don't know if there's any sort of information. So it's the size of the galaxy. It's almost, for me, it sort of sets more the size of the clusters as well. So it's sort of like the sectors. I'll go with galaxy size as small. Number of sectors, I'll just go with binary, so we end up with just 2 sectors to play with, just so we don't end up with a massive game. But I can sort of show you the scope. Might end up doing that one. Sector layout. Now this one here is set how stars are laid out in the sector. And so we've got, for example, clustered, where we want to have them clustered, or uniform, where they're just evenly spread out in the actual sector. This is actually new in this version of the game. Clustered is by far the way we want to be playing, I think. The hyperlane frequency, I will just go normal here. This is actually new as well. This sets how many hyperlanes the galaxy is populated with. Now the hyperlanes work within sectors, and so these are essentially like, they are hyperlanes between star systems within the actual sector itself. Dwayne John is saying, shit, I forgot evening. Dwayne John is saying, so I wanted to ask you, what is the best thing for the first turn for any civ? Well, I'll go through that because there's a few things you can do at the start which help, and so I'll do that in this one. And by the time we really get into the gameplay, that'll be in future episodes. But in this case, the hyperlane frequency, I'll leave it on normal, just so we end up with just a handful of those inside each of the sectors. The star frequency, I'll keep them on occasional. The habitable planets I'll keep on occasional. Extreme planets I'll keep on occasional. And resources I'll keep on occasional as well. Now, that may be what we want to be playing with. Let's just have a look and see how things go. I do have advanced settings as well, where I can sort of then go and disable tech trading. I'll leave that one on. Disable tech brokering. Players can trade known technologies. Disable AI surrendering. So your AI, the enemies will fight to the last breath. So I will actually keep that one on. Surrendered colonies. Colonies transfer ownership upon surrender, and no fog of war in your own territory. So we've got those things turned on. These are the different victory conditions. So conquest, crush your enemies, influence, no need to fight when your civilization is best. I've got that one turned off. Alliance, use diplomacy to bring peace to the galaxy. Month limit, so defeat your foes before time runs out. Let's not do that. And prestige, build the greatest empire in the galaxy. Let's not do that either. Let's just go with conquest and alliance. So we'll go with that one. So we'll just go back, and I'll just test this one, and then I'll then show you the extremes of what you can do in the game. One of the reasons that they've actually started to bring all these different clustering and thing in is that they've found that a lot of people prefer to play with no sectors. They prefer to be playing it with just a standard game. So rather than sort of having actual multiple sectors. I like having some sectors. I don't like having mountains of them. But I'll end up showing you how big this game can get, and also how small it can get. So if we just go next. So in this case, it's suggesting that we have 6 players playing and at this point in time. And so I can then either go and choose actual factions, or I can just bring in random factions in through this other side as well. And so I'll just randomly choose from the factions that are here. So when you design a faction, just keep it in the pool, and it will then sort of show up with all the different bits and pieces that it actually has. Now, when you've actually got it, I've found in the past, and I don't know if it's going to be the same in through this one, but I find that it's good to leave about a third of the things blank, and rather than actually filling them all up. So I will just go and change this one to, I'll just go and get random for each of these. Don't think there's anything where it's sort of too tricky with anything else. No, it's all just the actual factions in through there. You can specifically go and bring in a faction. Why is that not wanting? There we go. I'll just leave it at 4 and just sort of see how we go. If I start the game, by the way, if you do turn on, and I'll show you actually this as well once the game actually does start. There is a way that you can cheat in the game, and I do suggest that you do that before you start to sort of play. I love this cutscene. I'll come back to that one when we start to play the game. So this is our guys. I like the colour. That's all good. So I don't need to sort of tweak anything in through here. I can always go back and edit anything I don't like about what we've got. But I like the overall user interface colour that we've actually chosen. Just go and click on Done. But what we want to have a look at is what have we got? Like, you know, what's actually happening in this particular game. And we can have a look at the cluster, and we can sort of see the various, we don't have that much going on inside the sector that we're in. If we go into if I use the tilde key, which is the curly hyphen in the top left of your keyboard, if I go into here, I then have like a console opens up. And in here I can just type in help. I'm then going to get like a list of all of the different commands that I can use as cheat commands. And one of them I want to be doing is to go, I think it's is it FOWNC is the one that we want to be looking at. And so if we go to FOWNC, this is, if I go and click on it, or if we go and type that one in, FOWNC, just at the very, very bottom here, I can do help FOWNC. I can see what it does do. So it just says I can either do this one. I can use a player index. The fog of war command will toggle the fog of war on or off without displaying conversation pop-ups. If I don't put the NC, every faction will then become aware of me immediately at that time, and we'll start to have conversations with everyone. Now, it's not too bad. We've only got 4 groups, but if you can imagine when we get to a massive galaxy, it's going to be monstrously large. So I'm just going to put that command in, FOWNC, bang. We now get to see pretty much all the fog of war has now been turned off, and so there will be like a hyperlane. There's also a one for the hyperlanes as well. So we'll look and see what that one actually is. I forget what that one is. I forget what it is. I'm looking to see if battle mode is going to be doing it. Yeah, FOWNC. But what's the other one to show the hyperlanes? There is another one that you can actually go to quickly see everything, and it's to do with the research. I think it's set something. Set. I should have checked this one before I started doing it. Show rally points. Show counters. No, it's none of those. It's not spawn anything. Fast unlock. That's the one, is it? Okay, let's have a try that one. There we go. There we go. And so what that one does is it unlocks all of the text in the game. Thank you for that. Thanks, Battle Mode. And so what that one does is I can see that I've now got a... eventually there's going to be tech that I can get to sort of have a look across through here. This has turned off all the fog of war. I can then start to see different things going on in the actual in the galaxy itself. So this is actually just gives you a bit of a feel for the structure of what we then end up having. In this case, we've got a few different sorts of factions in through here. This is a Promoth Prime, a core world, back in through this other side with different ships that they're building back in through there. We're back over here. This one here is a planet which is a minor world, and so this one is not actually going to be expanding. So even though it's very close to where we are, and we have another group over through here as well. This is the Arnor, I think. Yeah, this is Arnor back in through this other side as well. So we've got 3 factions in our little group, which means that there's only 1 faction sitting in this other side. So again, a little bit more unbalanced with what's going on. So maybe I could put in all of the different factions. That's there's a homeworld in through there, a minor planet there. So that's a minor world and another minor world back. No, that's another one actually. Maybe I've put in more than I thought. Anyway, that's the sort of setup. We then have little things like these sort of like special shipyards with very, very dangerous Punisher type cruiser ships and things. So we've got, it's very much a living galaxy. The clusters aren't really sort of showing up much in here. What we can do is I can turn back off, I don't know how I turn off the, so I can just see, what I might do is actually just turn on the, before we sort of look at everything, I can just have at least have a look at the cluster that we're actually in. Let's just go back out and just go back into the main menu. Abandon any save game. So we'll just go now to the maximum size. And so I wasn't really all that happy with the clustering, to be honest, in that particular one. So I'd be wanting to sort of find a structure that would end up working better. So I'll just go next. So if I go to the largest galaxy size and the number of sectors, I'll go to many. I'll keep everything else the way it sort of is working, and then we'll just go next. You can see we now can get up to 48 players. I have seen them get up to 96, but they've sort of added in, they added in sort of what they think is a reasonable number with different sort of random factions back and through there, 31 factions, which may be the total factions that I've got there, I'm guessing would be what they've actually got in through that side. Let's just start the game. So this will now generate the biggest game that we can actually have. So Satan Bale is saying, I like to put in a lot of random events, those lots of stars and planets. Yeah, so Sprint Flake saying, I like the Warlords DLC, got tired of the Megastructures DLC and haven't tried the Tales of Centaurum, spent many hours playing this great game. Yeah, so it is a great game. Did the Insiders build get pushed to standard? I think it has, yeah. I'm pretty sure everyone's now on version 3. I think it's sort of the way it's going. Okay, so Battlemode's saying there's a way to remove some of the strategic map. Actually, that'd be handy. There's a little button on the bottom left of the Schaefer button, which allows you to select what you can see. That'll be the best way. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks for that one. By the way, Schaefer button equals the end turn button. Okay, thank you. Why is it called the Schaefer button? I've never heard that term. I'm assuming it's after John Schaefer, the developer, but I'm not sure why it'd be called that. So XMeFee is saying, can you give us some tips on trading if you have any? Yes, I'll do as much of that as I can. We probably won't get to much of that in this run, to be honest, but I'll certainly try to, and as we expand, because we will be wanting to trade fairly stringently playing this particular faction. So in this case, we're now playing in the largest of the essentially the largest of the generated areas. If we go back and have a look, this is the clustering now that we're sort of seeing in this particular area. So we've got clusters of planets all around the place. We have a pretty large galaxy. If we have a look at the what we have, so if we go into the press the tilde key and just go FOWNC. That's then going to show everything without the fog of war. Let's just go and turn that one off for a second. And so that is... Okay, so we can now turn off the various bits and pieces. So let's turn off the anomalies. I'll turn off everything, really. And that's sort of just going to give us the actual colonizable planets. In fact, I'll even get rid of that there, just so we can sort of see the scope of what's actually happening through there. So I'll just go into, actually, what does that one do? If I just turn that on for a second. Not sure what that transition does. No idea. Just go and close that one off. That's the scope of the game. And if I then go and use the fast unlock as well, we can then sort of see the structures. Unlock. So these are, like you can imagine, yeah, this is a much better way of showing this. Thanks for that, battle mode. That's great. So we've got like a, that would be an enormous game to play, this one here, for example, where you're trying to sort of get into the various, you've got like big clusters. I forget which one we started off. I think it was this one in here. So we're not even in the biggest cluster, but this is this would be a mammoth game to play, this one. So that's sort of the extent of what you can play in the game. So this is where this game is so scalable. It's unbelievable. Like it's just like the difference between a small. Actually, I'll do a small one. Just so we're looking at something. I don't even know how many planets we've actually got in this particular mode. You can see the new hyperlanes as well between different systems. So these are all over the place. There's actually probably more in there than what I would actually want. I might see if there's a way to tweak them down a little bit. I don't think there is. But these then become ways of very quickly moving around within the sector itself. Then you've got the different sectors itself, which you've got these choke points. So it becomes quite a strategic game, the way they've sort of structured this one. So you can move anywhere you like inside the sector, but the sectors then are only connected through these single gateways into essentially different galaxies, is the way it sort of works. So if we go across and go back out again, we'll just go back to the main menu. And go back to new game. Keep our guys. If we go back to galaxy size, we'll make it tiny and only a standard sector. I'll keep it clustered. Yeah, it's too many for none. It's sort of, I find this a little bit with the game. I think that has to be rebalanced. I would expect less hyperlanes with that one. If I put it on too many or frequent, that's what I would assume would be on frequent, not on normal, with the way it sort of does work. Let's just go this way and see how we go. And by the way, when you actually set things up, you'll notice that the memory and the CPU cores, it will then sort of start to kick in if it thinks that things need to sort of chop and change. You can see there, as I bring up the galaxy size, 32 gigabytes of memory and 8 cores is sort of what it's recommended for that one. And as we bring it back down, like if I go, I'll generate a few of these. This is just a tiny standard one. If we just go to next, it's suggesting 1 to 3 players, and it's really just putting one player in there. So it'd just be a 1 versus 1. We're going to start this particular game. Oh, okay. So, but I'm saying its official name for it after John Schaefer invented it just before Stardock brought him over to work on GalCiv 3. There we go. John Schaefer. He was one of the Civ games, wasn't he? Was it Civ 5? Was that what John worked on? Is that his claim to fame? We'll come back to this cutscene. So let's click on done. And so this is it. This is the whole game. If I go back in and do my FOWNC here and have a look. So Fog of War has now been lifted. And that is it. So that is the whole galaxy. It was just playing in a very, very small... So we can play from something this small to... Yeah, Civ 5 was John Schaefer. There we go. I also noticed there was a lot of them on those huge maps. Yeah, yep. So in this case, what we've got is we've got like a very, very small, 1 versus 1 scenario going on in this little sector with hardly any stars in it. So... really quite different. In fact, there's not even any hyperlanes. I know we don't know that one. If you do it, let's see. Look at the hyperlanes here. Just go have a quick look and see. If we go to fast unlock, I have to try to remember that one. Yeah, there is some hyperlanes in there. There's one hyperlane. So that's the one. The one area that you can move quickly through in this particular sector. So you can play something very, very small like this, where it's really just a cage match, or you can sort of play them up. And you can do other just wildly different ones again as well. Like if I just go back out to the main menu. By the way, you can also do, if when you come into a game, if you don't like what you're seeing, one thing that Stardock introduced way back when they were developing Elemental was a Control-N. I don't know if it cuts off after a certain amount of time, but Control-N will just regenerate the galaxy for you without going through any other questions. It's just basically I don't like what I've seen, get me back in there again. And so we end up with another regeneration of the same settings. And so that's something that Stardock has actually brought into a lot of their games now. And if we have a look at that one, we've got another cluster. We're not seeing anything else there because we haven't turned on the lack of Fog of War, but we're looking at clusters. So if you start a game and you don't like the look of the cluster or whatever it is, you think it's going to be too difficult, Control-N is your best friend in that instance, just to sort of keep the same settings. Let's go back out, though, to the main menu, and we'll just do a bit more tweaking. Again, I sort of hope you don't mind me sort of going off and doing this, because I just think it shows the scope of the game in an interesting way without actually playing the game. So sure you want to get it out? Yes, we do. We're just trying to figure out the best way that we can play our game. So I'm thinking we end up with a galaxy size of medium, with a binary sector, and star frequency. I'll keep it on occasional. I think I was thinking of even go to uncommon, because we're going to now go bigger in here. So the galaxy size will be bigger with what we're doing. Let's try that and see what we end up with. And again, we just go and this is now generating like it's bringing a few other players in. Let's just go and start the game and just see if this one works for us. And then we'll then if this one does give us a good looking start, we can then sort of move forward from that position. So we're going to go again binary and just click on done. So that looks good. That looks very, very good actually. So it's meaningful. The stars are meaningful in through this other side. If I just go back in, we'll just go and double check just to make sure that we're FAWNC. And we'll just go to fast unlock as well. There we go. And we'll just double check and see if this is a good setting for us. That's not very clever with the positioning of those two, but it still works. I like the look of this. I like the look of this a lot. That, for me, is actually a very, very viable way of playing the game, I think. Yep, that's going to be the way we're going to play it. So we'll play it this way. Yeah, that looks really, really cool, actually. That's very comfortable. We've seen the clusters. Hyperlanes are working well. You can see there, even with our faction, we've got like a travel range even through this sector link. Now we do have to, in reality, we're going to have to sort of research that one. This the same research for finding these also now shows you these as well. So this has become a much more important way of doing things. When you're inside your own cluster, you don't know where this is, so it's also fairly important to know where threats may come from as well. So see you later, Battle Mode. Thanks for coming in and sort of sharing your infinite wisdom. And he won't know if I'm joking or not. No, I respect a lot of what Battle Mode, his perspective on games. I find we often disagree a lot about different things, but we ultimately tend to like the same games. So I always find it interesting, actually. Just we talk a lot sort of privately as well about stuff, you know, just with about gaming directions and decisions and things. So it's yeah, it's pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that there and we'll get started, because I really do quite like the look of this start. So what I can do is now I probably do want to bring in at least a couple of negative factions. So I'm not going to just go Control N. I'm going to go in and go to the back to the main menu and actually just seed the game with just a couple of potential negatives, or at least one negative. So we'll go to New Game, choose our Space Dwarfs that we just have created, keep the setting that we've got. I do like that uncommon star frequency, just to have less stars to make the clusters more meaningful, and clustered hyperlane frequency normal is fine. Everything else looks pretty good there, so I'm actually happy with that. I'll keep all of those. I'm sort of tempted to go Genius, but I think I'll just keep it on Bright. That way at least we're going to be able to sort of track through the game, like ultimately in subsequent sessions a bit more quickly. Minor races will be occasional, hostile entities will be occasional. Yep, that's all okay there. Let's just go to next. And so with the factions that we end up having, I'm just going to go and get rid of 2 of these, I think. Who should we bring in? The Drengen are always interesting. You can see there their civilization traits are intimidating, unlikable, militant, brutal. They're aggressive expansionists. I mean, some of these are so cool to play against. I mean, the Yor are interesting as well. Militant and brutal with what they end up having as well. I'll bring the Drengen in, so they're going to come in. And who else? Who else should we bring in? Some of them are really diabolical with what they do. These are all ones that I've generated, so I won't worry about those so much. I'll just bring in some stock standards. The Zolosi, I think, will be an interesting one for us to contend with, to be honest, because I think that they're going to be almost... like there's some of them that we could either end up working with or working against in a very, very meaningful way, because they're also going to be greedy as well. Deceptive, unlikable, but they are rich explorers. They do have nihilism. which makes them sort of ruthless. They're self-interested. Let's bring them in. I think they could be an interesting faction. They're not typically evil, but you can see they're warriors and they're also crime lords as well. So they sort of work with piracy. I always find them interesting in a game. Drengen, because they're aggressive. I might even get rid of one more and bring in just one of the other sort of more friendly factions, even something like the Altarians, which are almost like space elves to a degree. Ancient empaths, influential, meek. Now their meekness is it doesn't mean that they're actually weak. It just means that they're but when they go to war very, very aggressively. So they're not easy beats, and including things like the Taurians often are very, very strong. Ultimately, this is sort of like these are aquatics, or it's at least amphibian. Yeah, I think I might go Altarian. Let's just go and bring those into the mix. So let's go and do that. And we'll bring in 4 unknowns as well. So we'll start our game with that and see how we go. So I'll just go through now the... hi, General Sorrow. How are you going? See a Furby. Yes, they're the Memots, which again are... they expand extremely quickly. We'll now watch this cutscene, which is a brilliant cutscene. This is one of the colony ships of the humans, essentially. So it sort of gives you a sense of scale of the ships. When you're looking at it in a small game, you don't get a sense of grandeur, really. Whereas you do, I think, when you watch this cutscene. As I said, I really do like what they've got in here. We'll then turn on all the different helper stuff as well. It's just brilliant. So that's a human colony ship. Awesome. They've got some really, really good cutscenes that they've actually introduced to the game. I love it. I love it. Okay, so in we go. So Supreme Flag is saying, I like that you can set the AI to build up the planet for you. When getting over 40 planets, it becomes... Yes, there's some really good automation that they've actually done with this one through here. Satin Bias saying the most amazing for me is even if you don't have top computer, you can still enjoy full scope. Again, because it's more like a board game than an actual Space 4X. Even though it's got like a lot of different, the ship types are very unique. You can build these very, very easily as well, different sort of ship groupings. I haven't really looked at downloading many from online yet and having a good look to see what they actually introduce. But the ones that come with the game are great. I absolutely love them, and the customization for them with colours and, as we saw there before, the different shaders and things that go on to them is just brilliant. Really, really cool. All right, so from the depths we rise, forge our destiny. So, so here we are. This is our first turn. Now, it's a turn-based game. Now, there's a few things you can do at the very, very start of the game that will help you enormously. Not enormously, but they'll help you at the start of the game at least. Now, you've got a few different things that you can go and do. One thing you need to do is to try to find your next colonizable planet fairly quickly. Or at least you're wanting to look for a good planet to settle on. Now, we're miles away from the cluster. Control N. Let me go again. Already I don't like what I'm seeing. I want to be in a cluster. For me, that's going to be fairly important. So, here we go. We won't play that again, but is this going to work? No, it's even worse. We're probably here on our own, but anyway, Control N. Till we get the one that we want. It's a good system, the Control N, just because it can be so different with the Star Rock games. Now, what are we doing? It's sort of funny because this game can be wildly different. You compare it to other Star Rock games, for example, like Sins of a Solar Empire 2, and that's much more structured, even though it's got randomization. That's what we want. That's what we want. So we should be able to control this cluster ourselves. We're then going to have a rival cluster back over through here. We may not be alone in this cluster. We're not going to know this. I'm just going to go back and turn on those those view settings again, just so we can sort of see all the different bits and pieces when we do zoom out. And it's pretty handy having battle mode in here actually, just to go through the different things that we could see through there. So we only get to see a small portion, but if we are competing, what I would be wanting to do is to look for other systems and other stars for settlement. So one of the things we can do, there's a few different things we can do here right at the very, very start. And you can see there that typically our prospector ship is like our flagship can only reach that far anyway. So we're going to need to extend the range that we can get to. So we only have 3 stars inside the distance is 4 months to move to that one through there. So it's essentially we're looking at the different systems back out this way. This one here we're looking at a. If I look at this one, this is a red star, so Cragstone Prime. We are seeing other planets, like this one here is just going to be a dead planet back in this other side. We've got our own in through here, which is our core world, which is a class 23, which is, it says amazing, but it's not the best. It's up there, but it's not great. But that will be okay for us initially. But we need to get out and look at other clusters of planets. Now, I mentioned when we were looking at other things that we've got different sorts of, like the resources are collected, but one of the resources we have is control points. So the ability to force immediate effects such as protest suppression, construction rushing and executive orders, generate control through events, ideology traits and special improvements. Before I look at the control points, because we can use them down in here for certain things, executive orders. If we have a look at the executive orders, these are different things we can do immediately. And so I can actually go into the draft colonists. I've got the telescope takeover, which will cost me 15 control points with a 30 turn cooldown. Credit cost here is 0 credits. So the credits are the money which we have. I'll go through this in just a minute. But it reveals an area of the map. So we could use this to try to look at some of the planets to see if, some of the systems to see if they're viable or not. And all we have to be able to do is really have a look at the actual at the star. We don't have to look for the planets themselves. I'll show you that as well just in a minute. But I'm going to do that one here. This is sometimes a good one, particularly if you think you're going to be competing with other factions. So just to have a look at a portion of the map. So I'm going to go and click on that one. Spend 15. Yes, we will. And I can then sort of see the area. I can get 3 stars in that one. I can get essentially, I've got a special 1 star over there, 2 there. I can't get 4, but I can get 3 there. I might go for those 3 there and just sort of see what we end up getting. So let's go and have a look at those. And that's then showing me, that's now highlighted a few different sorts of systems in through here as well, including some reasonable systems. So we've by doing that one, we now actually can see that we've actually got a class 36 planet in through here, DWI. Don't know why it's DWI. It's the DW system. I don't like that naming, but anyway. This one here is actually a once the capital of the precursor civilization. So class 36, amazing planet. It's a precursor capital, which means we may not be able to settle it immediately when we come in. We can see a few other little things in through here. We've got thulium, which is a special resource. Looks like we can't actually settle that one until we actually get if I go hold shift and then go across, once the precursor, I don't know if I can actually settle this one here. Maybe I can. It'd be good if we could. There's already there's an orbital around it. You can see there, that's something that's actually orbiting the planet, and I don't know what that actually is. It could be dangerous. So we'll have a look at that one. One thing I can also do is, like, if there's other planets that are off the system, I can go and click on the actual planet itself. This is a really, really good tip, by the way. If you're unsure about what's around a planet, you can actually open it up, and you'll then have a look at the actual planets that are around it, just by looking at the system itself. Like, for example, here, we can see that there's like a dead world there. There's another world which you can't even see back out through that side. If I go and click on this one through here, it's showing me, hey, there is actually a planet here that you may be interested in. And this one here is a poor planet. This one is a class 2 mountainous planet, so not really suitable for colonization in terms of being a core world, but certainly would be okay for like, it's got good production, 3 production back in through there if we did actually pick that one up. So that's actually not, even though the planets, it's not showing it there, That's a class 0. So it'll be somewhere else in around that one. So that one's actually okay. And then back over through here, you can see we've only got one planet that's also any good around this, around the Alcarab system. And so we've got this one through here, which is a 30. This one's very, very good. Class 30, 10% pollution. It's a tropical world and does actually attract tourism. And so in this case, this is actually a fairly good one. The what we see through there as well, if I just go and use these tool tips, hang on, I'll just leave that one there. So we've got the minerals. Minerals will then sort of aid production. This is often a bit of a highlight to sort of see, is it going to be worth really sort of going on top of this particular one. In this case, 2 minerals means we're not going to find much mining on the actual planet itself. We've got ourselves technology of 3 is not too bad. So there will be good research ability on that particular planet. Planet class is a measurement. So this one is, sorry, that's the wrong tooltip. The wealth, there it is. Wealth is a measure of the planet's rare and valuable resources. And it's good for farming. It's going to be a good farming planet. And we've got the planet class there of sorry, that's the wrong one. It's always it's just getting the wrong things. This is cultural significance. So this will actually then allow us to sort of have expansion of borders and things like that. So that's actually something that is semi-valuable. We also have 2 more thulium in around this one as well. So we can actually go and mine that. The planets don't orbit. I'm pretty sure we have to go and get research for that one before we can do that one there. But there's 2 good planets there. We're not seeing any other borders as well, not that we'll see them just yet, but that's something that I did want to have a bit of a look for, just in case somebody else did start on the outside edge here. Like, would they get hold of these planets before I did? We still want to go and see what's happening back over here as well, but that at least gives us a feel for potential targets that we actually have within our range. And all we have to do, as I said before, is just get to where we can see the actual star itself to see if there's something viable with what we actually end up having in there. Let's go back into our own system. So that's actually just using the executive orders. So we've now used a little bit of the control there, 85. A few little changes as well. This is our money situation, monthly income with credits, back into this other side. Research, we're only getting +1 research. We're getting +2 manufacturing output. This is now new. And what this one is we've got fleet supply, and we have the number of ships that we can actually have in the fleet itself. This is to stop gameplay where people get lots and lots of mini ships and sort of swamp the game. It's just to make the game a bit more enjoyable for people. And so fleet supply controls how many military ships you can have. In this case, 750. So we now have a different, this is new in version 3 of the game. We saw control points in through there, and this is the culture points we end up having. We've got 5 food at the moment. Now we do actually have, we're generating 10, but we're consuming 5 for our population. And then we've got gigamass, we've got 0 at this stage. This is for the Megastructures DLC. And then modules, we can build 3 modules at the moment. If we go back into Cragstone Prime and just go and click on it as an example, we'll then see what its base is as well. Like, it only had 3 mineral input, which is not great. 2 technology, not great. It does have 5 wealth. Very, very high in terms of farming, so lots of farming there, and cultural input as well. This is sort of like if it wasn't settled, what we've actually got through there. And then we've got the output from this other one through this other side. We've got area for 3 different orbitals. Now, we probably don't really need to put them in just yet, so we'll sort of just leave them where they are. I might just move my head down a little bit now that we sort of know where everything actually is in the game. I'll just go and change the face cam. I'll just bring it down to there somewhere. That'll do. That way I'm not floating up in the middle of the screen. Yeah, and so by clicking on that one, we can see that there is actually, we've got our world, so Cragstone Prime, but there's another world in here as well, which is actually a class 4, which is actually, if we got this one here, this would then add in a little bit extra of the minerals. So hang on, I'll just get back that back again. Minerals and wealth, and a little bit of culture as well. So it's not great with what we end up. Oh, she's got Promethean on it as well. So this is a Promethean world. That's actually now worth colonizing as an outpost, not as a colony. Anyway, it's good just to see what's going on around. So the first thing you should do is have a bit of a look to start to plan. If I go and grab my my colony ship, I don't know if I can actually tell it to go and settle into here. Can it do it? Oh, it's outside the fleet range. See how That's our fleet range at the moment. So actually, let's address that aspect. There's a few things we need to do before we start moving ships around. By the way, probes don't have a limit. They can go anywhere within, anywhere that they can go to. They don't have the limit. It's only the other ships do. The flagships often have a little bit further that they can go, but your basic ships were going to be sort of fairly short until you start to extend that range. Now, first thing we need to do is there's certain things that are locked off to us, and so we can actually get around those by doing things immediately. One thing you'll sort of see down through here, we can't use the civilization tab because it requires us the colonial policies technology. We can't open up the leaders, requires a colonial leadership council project. When you see things like projects and things, that's quite often a building of some type or something that you need to sort of enact. Cultural progression, select the core values of your civilization. We'll have a quick look at this one. There's nothing much we can do through here, but we've actually chosen, the one that we've chosen is to go with traditionalism. So we actually have a bit of a bonus in here already. So we have a ideology discount of 25% for traditionalism. The other ones are going to cost us full amounts. So we're going to be able to push, and these will then just give us, as we unlock these, we can then go and get different types of abilities that then come back through. So, for example, if we're going for totalitarianism, we're going to end up with like Iron Fist, which will give us more control, prestige, which would double the ship experience, purges would give us less crime, etc., etc. We end up with different types of ships and things as well. So that's the cultural progression. I'm just going to click on done. So again, the whole approach can really change the game that you play. We've already had a look at the executive orders to sort of use that telescope, and now we've got a 30-turn cooldown. The data bank is actually something that has recently undergone some changes as well. I will show this, not that we can see much of it, but we end up with, as we start to pick up the bonuses for the civilization, they'll start to show in here. And then we're going to be able to really have a good look at who we are and what we do. And this is actually this is a very, very handy to be able to sort of see exactly what your benefits are with everything that's going on. You've then got a timeline as well, which we don't have anything to sort of show through here just yet, but we've got all the different areas so that things aren't hidden in the game. Once you find someone, you can see how you stack up against them, which is great. We've got graphs in through this other side as well. This is new as well, by the way, where you can actually do comparisons. We haven't found anyone else yet, but we can see, we can start to put in different settings in here to do comparisons between the different factions. So this is a completely new screen. Again, more UX things actually being added to the game, which is fantastic. Report back in through here until we start to sort of find things. So our most dominant ideology, for example, is traditionalism. The most opposed ideology is progressivism at this stage, and that'll come down to our civilians. We'll have a look at those in just a minute, and they're sort of semi-random as well. I'll just go back. We've got stats. We've got core worlds and treaties, which I'll come back to when we need them. I'll just click on done. Then we have things, for example, like the galactic challenges requires a cultural influence technology, diplomacy. Don't know anyone just yet. Artifacts. You don't have any artifacts. This one here, we need to research the Universal Translator to trade with the Galactic Bazaar. This allows us to buy materials and sell materials. Trade routes, you don't have any trade routes yet, and we need to do different things. Automation gives commands to your shipyards and fleet, so we can sort of set up automation commands within the actual game itself. But one thing we want to be doing is we want to be going and unlocking leaders. Now, typically it's going to take you a turn to actually go and get that, but we don't have to do that. If we go in and have a look at the at Cragstone Prime, we'll see that there is in the build queue, we've got a Colonial Leadership Council. So project, establish a formal council to oversee and harness the potential of the best and brightest individuals within our civilization. This unlocks the leader screen. And so you can see there, it's going to take me a bit of time to actually go and pick this one up because my production is fairly weak. I've got very, very low manufacturing. So the very first thing you can do, and this is with any faction, by the way, is the very first thing you can do is go into the build queue here and click on it and buy it. So we can actually go and rush this particular one. So it usually only costs a very, very small amount of money. So you can see there 38 of 1,500. So spend resources to instantly finish this current project. Bang, done. We now have that one under our control, which means if I click on done and come back out, I now have open the leader council. So I can do this from turn 1 rather than turn 3 in this instance. Typically it comes like a turn after, but in our case, because our production is so weak, this is taking would have taken longer than the next term. In here, I can now start to use different leaders. The humans start off with an extra one. We only have one in our actual in our group through here. Now, there was a question way back about the role play aspect, and this is, I guess, sort of like the closest thing we have to role play. And where it really kicks in, or maybe I'll just talk about it. We have different leaders, unassigned leaders, or leaders that we can then go and grab. We recruit leaders from in here, and I'll talk about these as we sort of come back in and we try to sort of figure out who we need and how that's all going to then go and work. And once we've actually got the leaders in this other side, we then have got ministers. And so we've got all these different ministers. Initially, we have a Minister of Exploration. And what this one does, you can see there, increases our moves and range based on the diligence of the assigned minister. Minister of Technology, this one here is as an additional research slot. Very important to get that right from the very start before you even start researching. So this is important to get this one before you do anything, is to open this one up. And increases the research based on the intelligence of the assigned minister. So we need someone with high intelligence moving in. He's got 10, which is actually pretty good. So he may be the one that we actually put straight into that particular region there. Then we have like a Minister of Colonisation, but we need tech for that one, tourism, culture, health, justice, production, finance and defence. So these all unlock as we sort of go through the tech tree. So we've got a whole range of them. Then we have the planets themselves. Now, our main character is always going to be very strong in all areas, and but it can still be a little bit randomised. But in this case, he will actually be the person, whoever you've got, he or she, ultimately in whichever game you're playing, will be in charge of your home world. And then as you pick up other worlds, they will become outposts which don't have a governor, but you will then need to be assigning governors, and a lot of that will come down to what abilities they have and how they work. And you can see from Ironclad Grimstone, our main character, has got some little things. He's a sovereign, so civilian sovereign. He's got +5 diligence, +5 intelligence, +5 resolve, and +10 social. So he gets all of those little benefits right from the very start, on top of his random skill set, which is what we see down through here. So these are sort of applied. You can see there, if we have a look at this one, resolve. From his perspective, he had a base value of +4. He gets an extra 1 because of the DAS dwarves that we had set up before, so that there's a little bit of a bonus there. Plus, he's a sovereign governor, which gives him a total of 10. If you have a look at the next one, for example, we've got. In fact, I'll go to the next one down through here. This one is focused, so he's got a random ability which is focused, which gives him +2 diligence, and so in diligence, the DAS dwarves get a +1. He's humanoid, so humanoids get a +1 automatically as well. He's a sovereign governor +5, focused governor +2, and the base value, he only rolled a 2, but that could have been much higher. Like if he had rolled a high number, but he didn't. But it's still a good number nonetheless. This one here, base value was 3. DAS dwarves get 0, but the sovereign governor gets another +10 on that one. So even though he rolled low, his social skills are high, which sort of what this does. With the characters, it then helps to keep the cohesion on the home world. So the home world is not going to flip or do anything crazy. The people there will be relatively happy, pretty much because of that extra +10 that he then brings in. And then finally, with intelligence, he actually had a base value of +9, which is very strong. And then just +5 in through there with the sovereign governor. So he's actually got a big bonus to his intelligence score. And so that's his. Now, sometimes these will actually bring in different personalities. So for example, this one over through here is compassionate. Cares about the people's well-being, increases the awareness of pacifism. So once he's actually sort of in different roles, pacifism will become important to him. So that's actually one of his personality traits. He's then also got, for example, actually that's a base value of 10 there, 3 there, 7, 6. We're going to get different sort of roles on what they bring in. He's more concerned about what most of the welfare of the poorest members of society. That's just his personality type. And these descriptions and the abilities will actually can have a bearing in the storyline that you then go and play. So the world governors become very, very important to you, actually, as to what their skill set is more than anything. But then you've got things like diplomats, which can then sort of, once we start to know the alien civilizations, we can then find people that are very, very good in social, for example, to try to push our storyline out to them. You know, like for example, when we do meet the Zolosi, you know, the pirate faction, do we try to befriend them so we can trade with them, or do we try to be aggressive? How do we approach that? And so it may be that we need to have a diplomat to then go and work. Commanders is also where you're going to this is probably the one area where you're going to be using a lot of role play in your own mind. These are the various ships that we selected at the start. These are our defensive ships. And so you can see there that to unlock this one, we need defensive studies, tech required. We're going to need a few of these, like for example, subspace frequency systems, tech required there for the Eclipse. So some of these will have different types of unlocks as we sort of go through the various ships in through here. But these are unlocked. Once you unlock them with the tech, you then drag a commander onto that to then fly the ship. If the ship gets destroyed, essentially the commander gets destroyed as well. So assign leaders to ships by drag and drop to spawn the ship by your homeworld. Commanders cannot be reassigned. So once they're on the ship, whatever their personality traits and all these other things that they've got will then have a big, big bearing on how well these ships do. And over time, those ships will then become extremely important in whichever fleet they're part of. So this is where you do get very, very attached to the leaders on these ships. You sort of remember them. Factions as well. Now we've got 4 different factions. We've got the Endless Emporium, the Natural League, the Free Mind Centre. I think there may be others, but I don't know if this is just like the defaults. And so these actually have different things, different bonuses, and you can actually put leaders in here as well to sort of push these factions within your civilization, within your citizens. So the citizens themselves also come in with their own set of these skills and also other abilities is going through there. Hi Luna, saying how are you? Saying hey Daz, how are you liking the new patch? I love the new patch actually, with the clusters in particular. But not that we've actually started playing properly yet. We're really just going through the I guess the approach for the first turn at this point in time. So in this case, we want to go back with our ministers. We're going to be wanting to get a minister of exploration. And now I've got to say that this one doesn't have a massive bearing on the game. So even though it's looking for high diligence, I don't worry about it too much, unless I really just need something to, just sort of push something just a couple of hexes away that I just can't quite reach. But that one doesn't have a major bearing. But the technology one pretty much is a very important one to get. Let's go back to recruitment, because this is the next thing we want to do. Another 10 there. Now we do actually have a diligence there of 7, but a diligence there of 10, and I have so that one there has got very high diligence. This one here has got good intelligence. Now we can also see what this one's got incurred high amounts of gambling debt. This one here is an underminer. So as a diplomat, provides a minus 10% resistance to the civilization they are assigned. Which is a bit of a negative, so we don't really want to be having that one around. This guy in here has got a trained chef, so trained as a chef and dreams of opening a restaurant. What that one do is, you see there in the description, once trained as a chef, dreams of opening their own restaurant, is the overriding description in that one through there, and that may come through in some of the storyline in the future, as this may as well. Any of these could do it. And he's also got the focus with the +2 diligence back in the other side. So he's our best diligence one, so we could put him in charge of exploration. And then we've finally got the heretical, so known for unorthodox beliefs, -2 influence, -10% approval when appointed as a governor. So as a governor, he's going to do a weak job of sort of expanding the borders outside from any colony that he's in charge of. He's also got a vendetta, doesn't forgive easily, increases awareness of nihilism. So if we have him somewhere, then nihilism will be easier to achieve. So he's a bit of an outlier. So secretly maintains a list of names, several already crossed off it. Not that we want him at this stage, but what he does bring in is he's actually only got 61 loyalty. depending on what they do, you can see loyalty is a leader's opinion of you. A leader with loyalty below 30 is at risk of resigning or attempting to undermine you. A leader with an extremely high loyalty may offer additional support and help. And so we have, like we've got a 70 back over through here. These are okay. We have an 89, which is very, very high, but he's going to cost a fair bit of money. And this one here is a 77. Again, with the diligence, I'm going to buy him and use these two initially. So I'm just going to throw him across to there. Overall skill sets. This one's very good in intelligence. They do expire. They're 38 months before he goes. This one here has got reasonable skills all the way around. By the way, these different things help with stuff. So you can see their resolve modifies a leader's skill at military tasks. For citizens, resolve is important for soldiers. All of the resolve of all world citizens adds to the planet's resistance. Diligence is sort of how well they work usually. It's important for workers and farmers. Social skills important for entertainers and traders. And intelligence is important for scientists. So we have different citizens with different roles. We'll have a look at that next as well. So I've now got these two. I'm going to go to my ministers. So the Minister for Exploration looks for high diligence. That's going to be Gree Palasi. I don't know if I can change his name. I think I can, actually. Gift. I thought I could. I thought I could change his name there. I thought there was a way to do it. That's the exploration. I can reshuffle these if I'm wanting to. I was sure there was a way to rename these. And fire them, execute, gift, or cybernetic implant. So we can do different things in through here. But we'll get this one across into the Minister of Technology as well. And so what that then does is we then end up with all the different bonuses. So this one gives me +1 movement like for the next turn, and we also get ship range of +10. This is actually important for us because we do need to try to reach where we can go and settle and colonize. So that will extend our range. And with this one through here, the technology will then change. Let's just click on done. And what we'll find is if we go and choose this particular ship, we now get out to this particular range. And so if I go into this side of the side, I don't know if I can quite reach it. It's saying we can take it, so I will actually see if I can actually go and grab that particular planet. I'll see if we can do that one initially. So I'm moving the colony ship. You can see it's actually going to take a fair bit of time to get there. So that's one thing we have. Let's just go back onto the actual planet itself and have a bit of a look to see what we can do actually on the planet. There's a few things we need to do it right at the very, very start. When you first come in, have a look for anything with a house on it. So in this case, we actually have these are all +1 to population all the way through there. So we've got a lot of them with +1 population, and different things we ultimately build will actually help with that. One thing we also want to be doing in the planet is, and this is a mistake I used to make, was I always looked for special buildings to build. But it's actually it often comes down to the districts, which don't actually have any cost to them. So buildings will cost you upkeep. So if we have a bit of a look and see what we've actually got to actually build, the first one we want to build is actually going to be the which one is it? The capital mainframe, the capital city. Capital city is the first one we want to build, and this one here is an automatic build. So you can always change where this one goes. Let's just talk about the capital city first. Now, if you are playing different types of factions, you may not have a capital city. You may have something different. Usually there's one building which is your core building for the planet. And even if, look, and I don't think that they start with them anymore, but sometimes even if they start on the world, you can actually destroy them, like you can actually remove them and resettle them anywhere you like. Let's have a look and see what this one does, and we'll just talk a little bit about where this one is important. So it's the heart of our civilization. It gives us +1 research, +1 manufacturing, +5 farming, so that's going to help feed. Tourism goes up, population cap goes up by +6. At the moment we've got a population cap of 5, and we're actually full. We've got all of our citizens in here, so we're full. So that goes up a long way with another +6. The sensor range from our planet goes out by +3. The control per month goes up. At the moment we're getting 0 control, but it's going to go up by 1 by getting this one. The influence from the planet will go up by +100. The gross income is going to go up by 10. So at the moment we've got 0 income. That's going to give us 10 income straight away. And then we've got the culture points per month is +1 in through there as well. And so this one here, when we have a look at the bonus per level, so this one, the gross income is +1 and the population cap goes up by +1. So if we build on, if we had anything that was going to increase money, and we don't actually have anything in here that's going to do that one. And again, if we have a look, we've got a 5 there. The wealth input is not really massive with anything in through this other side. There's nothing much going on. By the way, we do have an artifact. This will be sort of a bit random. There's a precursor archive. It's an artifact improvement. Upgrade this artifact to unlock charges that will instantly complete the current research. So we'll do that eventually. When we've got research that we need to be moving through quickly, we'll be able to then activate this archive to sort of then move quickly through some of the more difficult research. We won't need that in the early part of the game. Again, there's so many of these different types of randomized buildings that do come in. I'm just going to go up and just have a quick drink. I'll just get a glass of water. So, with this one, you definitely want to be placing your capital as your first building. After you sort of rush the build to open up the leaders, you definitely want to be grabbing this capital city. So with the capital city, I'm going to, now with that bonus you see through there, it's got a population cap of +1, which means that the +6 can be +7 if I build it on one of those. Now it doesn't sound like much, but it actually has a big bearing on the game. It also then gives me a +2 to anything that's built next to it. So if I place it in a central, like if I place it here, that's only going to be applying that bonus to those two. If I apply it there, it's going to apply those three. That one there gives me a bonus in around these plains and also into this fertile plain. If I go into here, I get a bit of a bonus for the 2 research locations. I've got tundra, +1 to research, and I've got lakes in there. So these are both areas that I can actually then start to sort of look at getting science eventually. I've got a lot of farming on the planet, so I probably don't really need to worry too much about the farming. So I could put farms ultimately. This is a farm over through here, for example, an agricultural district. And so that one's going to give, actually that one there is going to give me +2 level to population if I build that one next to the capital. So if I built the capital here, if I just go and drag it into there, you'll see I'm getting +1 because of the population. So when I go to there, I'm going to be getting essentially the population cap +1 per level, bang, in it goes, and it's automatically built. So you definitely want to be applying that one first. Again, if you're playing as robots and things, you may have a different way of sort of applying those sorts of things, but that now gives me, I can now go from 5 out of 5 to 5 out of 12. So we've now got a lot more population we can then grow on the actual planet itself. If I have a look and see, like for example, we can see there that these things here give me +1 to food, but this one here also gives me a +1 adjacency bonus to population, or +2 to population. If I go and build that one through there, see how I'm getting a +2 down in the other side? That becomes interesting to me because I can then start to get other bonuses to get even more population if I do build the farms into here. So this is really where the strategy of the planet side of things really is really interesting in the game as to where you place and how you then sort of structure things. So I want to place it here to get these. If I don't like the placement, I can just go and destroy and just place it straight back anywhere else I like. So this is the one building that doesn't matter in that sense. But I've got other things as well that I can then go and place. So at the moment we've got a manufacturing district which I can go and add in. I cannot build them on certain locations, so if I go and sort of fire them in, there's going to be a +2 anywhere they go in through there. I've got a little bonus in that side up that way. I may not want to sort of build them down in here just to sort of with everything that's going on. Let's just leave them off for a second. Construction cost is -50 with that one through there. Manufacturing is the base effect is going to give me 3% manufacturing and +2 pollution. Bonus per level is going to be +2 manufacturing, but the adjacency is just going to give me 1 extra manufacturing. So if I do build it next to the capital city, my manufacturing is going to go up by a small amount. So it's +1. It's going to essentially make it, now see our manufacturing is now 2.6. That's gone up. Our money has gone up to +5 now. So certain things are now sort of improving, so we're going to be able to build things a bit faster. But I don't know if I want to be building that one just yet. By the way, this is the economic advisor, the cultural advisor is suggesting that we build this one next. which is not a good idea, the entertainment district. This is to make people happier, and it is important, but actually I might talk about the citizens now, and maybe we'll sort of talk about that one. I'll just really quickly read through the comments and just see if I've missed too much. Yeah, so I've got... so Saturn Bale is saying, can't you remake your colonizers so that they travel far and fast? Yes, you can. Yeah, you can do that one. I'm just looking at the initial move, though, at this point in time. So if we needed to, we've got a few different things we can do to try to sort of allow colonists to get the colony ships to sort of move a bit further if we have to. So Luna is then sort of saying a little more limited early on because you don't have a lot of extra mass. The early game colonizers are pretty well designed. Devs listen to player feedback on what designs we like to use, which is great. I really like. This is why when the people say that the game is doesn't have a lot of attention placed into different things like that. The devs do listen to so much feedback. It's really cool, and I know that whenever I send emails to the people that I'm in contact with at Stardock, and it invariably gets back and they discuss it, and a lot of things probably won't be sort of taken on board. But if something is going to work, they will consider it. They consider it very, very stringently. It's great. Luna was saying, thank you for bringing up the capitals. Yeah, capitals are really, really important. And when you go to another colony, you won't get an actual capital city, but you will get a colony capital. And it won't be quite as strong as getting the capital city, but it still works pretty much the same way. So anyway, let's continue on. Sorry, let's look at the comments there from YouTube. John is saying, first thing I do is go to planet, get your capital up, rush, build it, get your ministers in place, even before you move a ship. Pretty much, yes. And so if it's sort of what we've done. John is saying you don't need any research, mate, just go for it now. Yep, so you do need the Mo Explorer so you can reach the 30 planet to colonize. I'm not sure which one the Mo Explorer actually is. Nice reading my mind, sister. Yeah, I'm sort of. You must have written those a while back because I'm trying to go through the most logical way of presenting the game, essentially to people who aren't used to playing it. So Team Games is saying, can you make custom civs in this game? Yes, we did that at the start, actually. The dwarves that we're playing with are actually customized dwarves. So we customize the citizens. We also customize the civilization that we have. Cragstone Prime is the capital city of the I forget what the colony is that we've called ourselves. I just let the AI help me generate that. And so we've built everything from scratch here. Like the whole lot is built from scratch with what we're playing through. So we're playing essentially as space dwarves with what we're doing here. And so again, there's a whole lot of stuff. And maybe I should talk about this screen over here. I'll talk about the citizens first because we've done so much with the citizens in this playthrough so far. So what we actually end up having here is the citizens are very, very, very important for what you do. And you can see when we have a quick look at them, we've got 5 out of 12. So we've got 5 citizens on the actual planet itself. Now, these aren't individuals, but these represent, I guess, pops or groups. And we can see that we've got 3 just classed of citizens. If I hover over that one, citizens are by the default non-specialized beings that inhabit this planet. So we've got 3 of those that are sort of just working away. We have 1 scientist. So scientists provide research based on their intelligence. They also boost the experience gained by survey ships that they crew. So if they're in survey ships, they will end up sort of giving bonuses in there as well. And then finally, we have an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs provide a boost to the world's income based on their social traits. So let's have a look at these guys. So this is the entrepreneur. So if you have a look at his social skills, it's only 2. So he's actually a terrible entrepreneur. So he's actually really, really bad. His diligence is good at 5, but his social skills are terrible. So he's not very good at his job. But he is giving us a 2% gross income advance. But he's not really suitable for that particular role. So he's probably someone that we would be wanting to reassign somewhere else. And he has 16 expectations. Expectations are important in terms of the happiness of the actual dwarves or whatever citizens you're actually using. The scientist has got intelligence of only 2. Again, we've got 5 diligence, 2 intelligence, 2 social skills, 2 resolve. His expectations are much lower at 9. Research of only 2% because he's got terrible intelligence. The citizens in through here, 2242, terrible again. 3, he's got better intelligence. 326, diligence. This guy's pretty good, low expectations. See how he's got an individualist? This one actually prefers our cultural trait to be individualist, and whereas we're traditionalists. I don't know if the others have got that. Individualist. He doesn't have one. He doesn't have one. So they're both individualists. And then we've got over through here another individualist. Again, fairly like low intelligence, low social skills, good diligence. Resolve is not great at 3, but low expectations. And so the civilians that we actually end up having do different things for us. And so this one here, you can see planetary defense of +3. If I just press shift and just go over these things, I'll just go and use this one here as an example. And so this one here, the +3 planetary defense comes directly from his resolve. So resolve, you can see down through the bottom there, is modifies the leader's skill at military tasks. And for citizens, resolve is important for soldiers. All the resolve from a world citizens add to the planet's resistance. The gross income of +0.8. Now citizens will actually be able to do a little bit, they do a little bit of everything. And so the gross income is going to come from his social skills. Actually no, where is it? Sorry, social skills, there. So important for entertainers and traders. He's giving a little bit of influence growth of 0.2, food consumption there of 1, and growth of 1. So these, so we've got the 1 growth. If we have a quick look at the diligence of 5, that's going to then sort of apply to, should be actually to other things that he does. There should be a bonus there for the for actually building the working and the farming. But I can change these around. Like so. Anyway. Our citizens here aren't that great. Let's just go and close that for a second. And we're still not finished there. If we go and have a look at the colony ship, on the colony ship we actually have a citizen. The citizen that we have inside here is Gris Pont. And this one here has got a intelligence of 3, 1 social skills, 5 diligence, 3 resolve, low expectations. And so in this case, the approval here of this one is actually very, very low. High expectations, -6%, and taxes are too high, -15%. But look, they're just going to be the colonists. So he'll be the first colonist that goes to this new world. And then when he then grows to a certain point, he'll then sort of spawn off and create another citizen. So they'll end up with sort of not the same citizen, but they'll end up sort of having the same sort of deal. So he's a colonist moving out at the moment. If we have a look at the flagship, we also have another one in through here as well. And so here we have should be a scientist type person, intelligence of 3, which is actually as good as we've got at this point in time. And so again, approval is only 24%. It doesn't matter much for the approval on these guys when they're sort of away from planets and things, but when they're actually on planets, the approval does matter. And so that one's also now sort of manning that particular ship. We don't have anything on the probe. The probe doesn't have a citizen as such. Anyway, we'll just keep on going back in. We'll click. So that's the citizens, and it's going to take us 12 months to get the next citizen. We can boost that if we get more food. So we can actually sort of try to get more people coming in with the extra food. Going back from the top, this is Cragstone Prime, class of 23, which essentially is the build areas that we've got. The more of those that you have, typically the better the planet's going to be for construction and building different things. We can see through here it's a terrestrial world, which we had chosen when we sort of picked it up. And it's also got the civilization capital. That's the unique things to do with the actual colony itself. We've got our governor, who is the leader of what we do. I can actually automate some things. You can't automate your civilian capital, but your civilization capital, but you can automate any other planet. So you can just have the AI look after it. We then got a status report. This is actually important to actually understand how these then go and work. In this case, we've got tourism income is very, very low at this point in time, but this will then sort of generate more as we load things in. These are highly abstracted, by the way. So these are sort of built really on the abilities of your citizens, the what you build, your governor, things like that. All have a big bearing on how these things actually come together. Plus the native abilities of the planet itself, the planetary inputs, and also what you bring into the planet. So we've got low tourism. We've got culture points per month is just 1. We've got the pollution in through here of 11%. So this will then, as we bring more production onto the planet, the pollution will then go up, and so we have to be careful of that. We've got 3% crime at this point in time, so we have to be a bit careful. We've got the Mighty Forge Syndicate, so it natively is coming through with actually that is our faction. So Mighty Forge Syndicate's coming in with +3 crime anyway. Then we've got the control per month of +1, so we're getting now 1 extra control up through there. They came through from this capital city. Now this is a bit of a problem, the approval. What we can see through here is we've got 49% average approval, and we can see there that each of the actual 5 civilians that we have, so this is for here is RAST, we've got Piers, for example. If we have a look at the approval, all of those guys are actually listed. So the happiest is Marvi, then we've got Perez, Rast, and Luke are also on, or like they're on, in the sort of just over 50%. But Erad, I think this last guy is Erad, with the high expectations, is actually not very happy. So approval is a measure of how your citizens view your government. It can be affected by your tax rate, ideology, crime, and much more. So we have to manage all these things on each planet to sort of keep the citizens happy. That's actually fairly important. I might just sort of go for a few turns and then sort of have a look to see if anything has actually changed, just sort of natively. So your planet's approval is the average approval of all the citizens on the planet. It's sort of, it looks like it should be higher than 49%, but it is the first term. Then finally, the other thing we have through here is the planetary defences. So we've got population resolve of 62 and planetary class effect of 115. So this is if we're going to be attacked. Your civilization capital will be the highest one. So we need to start to get a bit of a build queue. We need to at least have things queued up. One thing I like to do right from the very, very start is try to improve my manufacturing. Now I've got a few different buildings. Let's have a look and see what they actually are. So actually these are the cultural advisor is advising that one. The science advisor is suggesting that we build a capital mainframe. And one thing that's important to look at through here is just what sort of time frame it's going to then go and take. Do we want the research? We probably want manufacturing before we want research. Then this one through here is industrial centre. So this is the manufacturing improvement, the centre of your civilization's manufacturing. So in this case, what this is going to do is the construction cost is 25 construction points. Manufacturing goes up by 12%. Maintenance costs us one of our very hard-earned income. So it's going to cost me money to keep this one. The pollution goes up by 10%. The bonus per level is 3%. So if I can find an area, like if I go and put it on this one here, where I get +1, that's going to be one more. That's going to be, instead of it doing manufacturing of 12%, it will do it to 15%, which is not very much. Also, when I do that, it'll go 15% manufacturing, but pollution will go to 11%. The thing though it does do is that the adjacency level bonuses gives me +2 level to manufacturing and +2 level to military. Now military is actually your space construction. It's not so much your military in any other sort of sense. So it helps with building ships. So it's more shipbuilding, manufacturing is more planetary building, if you sort of think of it in those terms. In through here, we've got the manufacturing district. These are interesting in one sense. These add +1 level to manufacturing. So if we put in one of those next to one of these, this one has got like a +2 level to manufacturing next to it, which means that the bonuses, this one's going to go and get bonus per level of 2%. It's going to go have another 4% manufacturing coming back in with what it actually goes to do. And it also has an adjacency level bonus of +1 level to manufacturing, which means that this one will ultimately end up being not in a, like if it was there, it would be +1. If we had these ones next to it, it would then be, it would then end up going to, it would be another 3% next to it. Now, if I end up with a group of them sitting in around a location, I'm looking at this area because that actually sort of would work to actually go into there. I can't build that there, by the way, I don't think. Yes, I can. I can't build these there. I don't think. What is that one? That's a lake. Oh yeah, we can build it on there. So there's some that just aren't going to quite work. But in this case, I could actually build it there. I could actually also drag it in and get the +2 from being there. But I'm going to be needing other things down in here. So I'm thinking for manufacturing, I need to go up into here somewhere. I'm going to certainly have science down in this area. I may need to use these housing ones with population, like the grasslands, just to boost population eventually. But I'm not sure yet, so I'll probably leave them out of the way. But I certainly want to get science happening down this way, and farming happening in through here to get the more population growth. But it's not urgent. The urgent thing is to try to get our manufacturing up as high as we can initially. So we also then have research districts as well, which we can then start to sort of make use of. So it's the figuring out where things are all going to go. So it certainly does help a lot. In this case, I do want to get manufacturing up and running. That's going to take me 25 construction costs. This one's 50 construction costs. So to build this one here is going to cost me, let's just say we're doing 3 per turn. So we've got, that one there, 25. So we're looking at around about 9 turns, 9 or 10 turns to actually get that particular one, unless we pay for it. Unfortunately, it's not a major boost to anything, and that's the trouble with that one. It's not as if it gives me like a +1. It just gives me a percentage boost, which is not fantastic. You can see their approval actually has a big bearing on this as well. The approval of 54.3% with manufacturing is actually is one of the more important things. The governor is giving me 12%. The capital city giving me +1 as real numbers. The mineral import of +3 is a real number as well. So if I improve the approval, I can then and the reason it's 54.3 is because this guy doesn't help with this. If I go and have a look, entrepreneurs provide a boost, and this guy doesn't help either. These are specific for what they do. It's more the other 3. It's an average of those 3 citizens. If I made one of them a worker, if I went and clicked on citizen, in fact, if I go and click on this one, I can sort of click on the orders. So I can train this one at the moment to either train it as a farmer, where it's got the 4 diligence, or train as a worker. So this will provide manufacturing based on their diligence. Their low expectations give them an approval boost. And so in this case, I can't train these others because I don't have the tech for it, but I can train them to do specific things. So if we have anyone with very high diligence, we've got 4, we've got 6, we've got 5. This guy here is pretty much ideal to be a worker. So let's go and throw him into the workforce. Just go and click on him. Train as a worker, the 6 diligence there. So this will then provide manufacturing based on their diligence. Bang, in it goes. We're now up to 3, so we're getting a little bit of a bonus there because he's now a worker. So that's sort of working, and it's just going to help me a little bit with what we do. So the more we can sort of do this sort of stuff, the better that's going to ultimately be. Let's go across now to the. We've got to be careful because it will actually have other bearing. It will, like these do a lot. These do a bit of everything, whereas these are specialised. So I don't want to have I don't want to have everyone doing one thing. I do have to keep a balance. But I'm thinking we actually put our industrial centre here, and then we start to build up industrial in around this area, even though we sort of use up farming land. So let's go and do that. And even though we missed out on the +1 there, I'll just go and do that one. It's 9 turns to build this particular one. So this one won't be quite 3. It's a 3.03 there with what we have. Yeah, and it's 24. 24 would be 8 turns. So if I can boost that one slightly, that will come down from 9 to 8. So if we're min-maxing things, what I can do with that one is think, okay, well, how do I make that just a little bit better? And I can make that a little bit better by, when I hover over the actual the manufacturing, we can see there that the approval is a multiplier of what we end up getting. So 55.3%, if I can make the approval better, that's going to be helpful. So I'll just click on done for now, because we're sort of now done on the planet. We don't need to do too much else in through there. I do actually have, that's cultural progression, civilization. I do need to get this colonial policies technology done to be able to then change my tax rate. I don't think it's anywhere else. Yeah, no, we don't have the tax rates. So I need to get this one expanded. So we need to get colonial policies technology. Let's go and do text now, because we can't end our turn yet. This is like this tells us what we need to go and do. So research, choose a technology for your scientists. So we'll go and do that one. Now remember, we went back with our ministers and we put this guy into the Minister of Technology, which gives us an extra pick in the random text slots, and I'll explain what the text slots actually are. And he's giving us another 10% to research overall because of this 10 in through here. So click on that one. So it's important to get them set up right from the very, very start. If we now go across into the research, and I'll talk a little bit about how research works. So what we end up having is we've got this little group of random texts which are chosen from all the tech candidates. As we open things up, we'll get more and more of those. Hi Sev, how are you going? So he's saying, how goes the civilizing galaxies? We've just started really with what we're doing. So in this case, what we end up having is we've got 3 that have been chosen randomly from the side through here. And these we end up with a 50% research bonus if we choose one of these, which means we get them twice as quick as the others. So you can see, for example, Universal Translator, it's going to cost me 10 research for that one. It's going to be how many months it will take to research this tech is 10. 12 for armed shuttles, defensive studies, they're 19. And then we have a few other ones that we haven't actually got just yet. So asteroid mining, space war tactics, which will give us the frigates, and then space expansion plans. Now, it's what we can actually do is, again, it's suggesting the economic advisor is suggesting we take that one. The science advisor is suggesting we take that one. The others aren't really getting involved, the other advisors. If we now look at it's fine to pick from here, but it's good to know what the context is that you're choosing from, and particularly if you have chosen an unusual combination with your abilities for your faction. I've specifically chosen something that's very, very generic, and so we don't really have to worry too much about this one. So if you just go to the Tech Navigator, you'll see that we've got like a whole lot of different areas of technology, and you'll notice that there's 6 of them in through there. If I just go back again, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we've got 6 in through there, all different colours essentially. Actually, that one there is the same, but we'll just go back into the Tech Navigator and have a bit of a look to see what we've got. So we haven't really sort of started doing much of these just yet, but it's important to get we've got governance, that one's actually been done, and we're now up to this next level through here. There's a universal translator, so allows research of communications technologies. So some factions may have that one turned off with their abilities, we just don't know. But this one sort of gives us an overall look at everything. So just inside the governance area, we've got Universal Translator, which then opens up the subspace frequency systems, adds another flagship to your fleet, and then there'll be all sorts of other little things that then we can go through. Elite command draft, interstellar cabinet, so it enables us to get the justice and the position. And some of these will be important, some of them just won't be. But it's done a nice job of doing this one in through here as well, just going all the way through. It goes a long way back, in through in the different sorts of costs, so then sort of go and open up these particular tech trees. That's governance. Logistics will be this will be space war tactics, which unlocks the frigate. This will then give us a combat ship, which is not important to us at this point in time, to be honest, but starports is. So getting from that to that would actually be great, but this one we don't have a bonus with. Defence, so defence, we've got defensive studies. This one allows us to start building advanced defence systems, and so we've got the various different defence systems for ships, but also for bases and so on and so forth in there as well. Evasive tactics. Then we end up with 2 main areas that we then can split off into with ships. One is armour and one is shielding. So we've got shields and armour, and they become the main areas we then sort of focus on throughout defensive studies. For weapons, we've got 3 main areas that we then focus on. So weapons go to to armed shuttles, which allows us to get just small fighter craft, essentially. Space weapons, some basic weapons for space combat, space weapon doctrine. So we will need these early-ish, but not right now. And then it expands off energy weapons, railguns, and missile systems. And then we have a 4th one, which is experimental weapons down through here. But these 3 are our major way of arming our ships, and these have different abilities in combat. So these all do different things, and we'll get to that when we start to sort of get to that portion of the actual game itself. So you can actually sort of end up sort of specialising when you get more and more powerful beam weapons, for example, at the expense of railguns and missile systems, or you may go the other way. It's sort of entirely up to you as to how you sort of choose that one. If we have a look at science, This is going to give us the space expansion plan, so unlocks the civilization screen. This is what we were wanting. So to be able to then go and do our taxation. And so you can see through there, unlocks the civilization screen, allows us to assign policies. So supply ship, we get unlock supply ships, planetary generator. These are sort of more unlocks of different things we end up going and getting. But this is something that I do want to be getting as soon as I can actually go and get it. Alien well studies then sort of open up research districts, allows us to do better research. So we have a whole track through there of going through better and better laboratories as we sort of get our research. It's very, very well structured, the way things actually sort of do work. There's so many things that are actually important with what we have. This is the subspace streams. This one also then unlocks the various hyperlane travels, which is new to the game. So hyperlane travel is now part of the clustering and the sector thing. So getting to that one is actually fairly good as well. That would be a good one for us to go and get. And then finally, engineering back up through here allows us. We've got already this one and this one. And we can build star bases. We've got the hyperdrives for the tiny hulls. Asteroid mining, we don't actually have this in our cheap research. So initially I'm just going to choose the cheap research and sort of move forward with those. But these are important as well. Getting factories, space elevators, allows us to start to build in space. So the tech trees, this is the standard tech tree. If I had chosen a robotic start, I would have a very different tech tree. I'd have a very different way of playing. So things actually sort of do change quite dramatically, depending on the abilities of the faction that you've chosen. Let me know in the chat if you'd like me to show you the difference. Because I can just quickly start a game using the Zor, the Yor or something like that to sort of show what happens if you've got robotics. I mean, I've created robotic factions as well, and this is actually that choice comes from the citizen type that you then choose at the start when you create a civilization. But if you're wanting to sort of just get a feel for the difference, but this is your stock standard start that we're playing with, and I was very careful to make sure that nothing was going to be either opened up or unlocked sort of unnecessarily. So this is very, very much a vanilla tech tree that we're looking at through here. So still fairly complex with what we end up having. Let's just go back. We also have, by the way, a technology library, which essentially is like everything, where we can sort of see the different bits and pieces. We can do different filtering. We can do searches. So this is actually really quite useful if you've got something that you've seen in a tooltip, you think, I need that. And you can then find what that is, and then eventually you can sort of find out, okay, what do I need to do to unlock that? So you've got different ways of then starting to track through using this technology library. Again, the user interface and the user experience, I find, just improves all the time in this game, and I'm really impressed with it. I don't know why. This is one of these things that I see people actually complain about the UI and the user experience, and I don't understand it. I really don't understand it with this game. This game is a beautiful game. It's as I say, the UI for me is very, very, very well done. Compared to a lot of other sort of 4X games, this is right at the very, very top, I think. I'm always very impressed with it. Now, we've got 3 choices really that we can choose from. Until we sort of get on top of things, I want to get these out quickly. So I'm going to not bother with defensive studies. I'm not even going to bother with armed shuttles. I will need them, but Universal Translator, I'm just going to go and grab this one. It's not going to really open up much for me, unfortunately. I do get trade licenses. We get another group of trade licenses. So that ultimately will be important for me. It leads to subspace frequency systems, but that's I'll just go and grab that one. I mainly want to just get, so I can get some of these a bit more cheaply, just so I can sort of start to open up some of the Imperial Doctrine to unlock the civilization screen. I do want that one. So I'm going to click on Done. So that's now, our tech is now underway. You can see Universal Translator, 10 months remaining. Now we may get some other bonuses to help with that as well along the way. We have a bit of money. Now the money, we've got to be careful how we use this. We don't want to go crazy buying different bits and pieces. Like we can buy the buildings, for example, as we're building them, just to boost things along. We can also buy ships, and we'll get to that in just a minute. We now actually have a whole lot of, this is actually the advisors that we have. The citizens of Trackstone Prime are unhappy. Okay, so we're going to have to address that. Order the shipyard to construct a new colony ship is what this guy's suggesting, and then we've got the executive orders available to enact as well. So we do actually have These are the executive orders, which we've already enacted one of them. So we still have a couple more. We can't do that one at the moment because we've already done it. But we do actually have draft colonists if we do want to use it. So this one here, sometimes we can't afford to wait for volunteers. This will provide a free colony ship. And so this one here is just going to cost me 33 control. I might as well do it. Like in this case, it's a 12 cooldown, and it essentially gives me a free citizen as well. That's very cheap for what that one does give me, and I do have a target for it. So let's go and use that one straight away. Bang, in it goes, and we now have another colony ship. This colony ship has got another randomly generated colonist, Bree Harmony. So this one here has got intelligence of 3, 1 social skill, 5 diligence, and 3 resolve. That's actually okay. Expectations are a little high, but that will be okay as well. So let's now move that colony ship. So rather than building that colony ship, I've actually gone and just sort of, actually this one here can go even further. Now that reason for that is the ship design is different than this one, I think. Yeah, this is a basic ship design. This one's got a different design to it. 3 moves. Actually, maybe it may be that the other one kicks in. Yeah, this has got 8 moves. What I might do is actually go across. I might tell the other ship to go back to here and get this one to race off. I don't know if I need the tech for this one. I've got a funny feeling that I do. Now we have to be careful. There are pirates around and things like this, so we do sort of need to end up in a situation where we're protecting different ships. But I'm just going to risk it for now, and then we're just going to see how we go as we sort of start to move around. Now we've got Durantium back in through there as well, so we've got a few different special locations in around us, which is nice. So we're sort of finding more things. Yep, so again, just looking at the advisors, the executive orders, we've still got 2 more that we can do. We've got emergency speed, which will give me so orders fleet to go beyond their maximum rated speed. I don't need that. That's 25 control. I'm now down to 50 control. I've used half of it. And print money. We can actually make money if we needed to. It does affect the approval though when we do that. So we won't do that one, of course. So that's the executive orders. Order the shipyard to construct a new colony ship. We may not want to do that. So even though it's suggesting that, that may not be the best thing for us to do. The citizens are unhappy. We're going to have to wait until we can actually sort of affect the tax rates to then go and change what they do. Let's go into idle ships. So we've now got the probe is now selected, and I want the probe to go off in this direction and just have a look to see what these planets have got. So let's just head off. And all we're really trying to do, as I said before at the start of this, is to see where we can actually go to the actual planet itself. Now you'll see that there's different classes of planets, like the yellow and red type planets. We're going to be more likely to have colonizable planets, and they're more likely to have sort of planets that will then generate food, whereas these sort of white and blue planets are more likely to have minerals and things like that. So let's just head out this way. So I'll just go and grab that probe. So we're not quite there yet. Just right click just so it doesn't move off next turn. And so we've still got one more ship left, which is our prospector. In this case, you can either use it, like if there's something close by, you're thinking, I really need to see this or that or do something different, we could actually then use that to go and have a quick look, like down in here, for example. But I don't think I'm competing with anything with that, so I'm not going to rush off that way. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go and get it to start to look at anomalies. So we've got an artifact in through there. So these are powerful relics of lost civilizations, and it will find different things through the actual game as well. And with that one, I might even just reduce the amount that we're sort of looking through it may be a bit awkward, I think, with what's going on with the interface there, just looking through that one. But if I can either just go and manually tell it to go and do that one, or I can go and tell it to just automatically look for these things. And I think I'm just going to go and do it. So if we go across, these are the different things I can do with the ship. So beam volley, missile volley, because it's got beam and missiles on. Pass, go to, standby. This is sentry, and then we've got survey. Survey is what this one does automatically, and it's just going to then go off, and in this case it's going to look at that one there, which is fine. So it will then sort of do its thing there. Now we've got this one saying idle shipyard. Our shipyard here is idle, and so we've got 2.92 manufacturing on this particular shipyard. Now, what do we want? This is the next thing. Now, he's suggesting we get another colony ship so we can get sort of like a third colony up and running. We may not want that. We may want to do something a bit different. So what we could do is look, and we've got thulium in through there. We've got 3 thulium, which actually go and capture. I've got 1 durantium. And we don't know what else is coming. So I've got a few different sorts of ships I can build straight away. If I go into the actual shipyard itself, it's suggesting the settler to grab one of these, but I've got a constructor, and I've also got another probe I could make use of. Now, you can see how these are quite slow. Our manufacturing is really, really poor at the moment, but this will improve over time. The constructor interests me, to be honest, to get one of those, but the probe also would be interesting. But I think I'm going to be okay with the 1 probe I've got. I think I'm going to start with the constructor. I can always reshuffle, so I'm just going to go and double click, and so it's now put in the build queue. If I need it, I can go and click on it and buy it. So I can actually go and rush the constructor. That's going to cost me 800 credits. So and this is often buying ships is what you do at the start when you find an opportunity. So in this case, I'm just going to keep that one in the build queue until I may need it. I'm just going to go and click on done. And we've got to hope that we're alone in this cluster, and I'm sort of hopeful that that's the case. The fact we started off in the middle of the cluster would make me think that we are possibly alone. In fact, if I go back out, we're not seeing anything else around the rim, which often is another giveaway as to the power balance within the actual cluster itself. So at that point, we can now end our first turn. How long has that taken? 3 hours. 3 hours to get to our first turn. I mean, we spent a lot of time talking about other things, but anyway, this is essentially now the start of the game. Let's just play a few more turns. I can't believe it's 3 hours. I thought maybe 2. So we've got different things now happening. So, and again, the game after you sort of get started, the game will just sort of thump along, doing its own thing. So we've got a purple star down through there, more white stars. The yellow stars, I'm sort of thinking maybe a good candidate for us. Let's just go across and just zoom on in a little bit. I'll just show you what I mean about just going to the actual planet itself. So we're getting close where we can see it, not quite yet. Seeing a planet there, which is 0. Still not seeing the actual planet. One more. Oh, it's going to be next turn, unfortunately. So I'm not going to be able to see that particular planet until we actually get that one established. What I might do is I will actually have a look and see if I can just minimise or just dull the background a little bit there. If I go into my options, the game has got a lot of good things. I might enable bloom as well, just see what that one looks like. That's all fine. It's the graphics. Sound, I'll keep all that on where that actually is. That should be okay. So interface. You've got there's keyboard shortcuts for some of these things as well. This is the edges. Galaxy view zoom level 50, that's okay. Asteroids, there should be background somewhere here, I thought. Not seeing it there. I don't know if I'm skipping over it. When to transition star sectors into more simplified information in galactic view. Yeah, that's when that one just changed. It's in here somewhere, I'm sure of it. So you've got full control. That's the zoom as things actually happen. But I'm not seeing it there. Right, panel nebula opacity. Oh, it's this one here, is it? If I change it down to say something a bit much lighter, let's just make it say 30%. Just click on done. I think that helps, actually. Yeah, that does help a lot. Oh, does it? No, it doesn't really. That hasn't affected. I'm looking at these stars here. So that's no, that's not what I want. Nebulas are actually on the map itself. Just press escape. So no, that was the different one. Hi, Sketic, how are you going? If we just go across to the Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I've got the options again, so I'll just bring that one back up to 75 because they are different again. It's not the nebulous. It is the background. Yeah, I'm not seeing it there though. Gameplay. Yeah, I'm not sure where that actually is. I know it's in here. I've seen it. I have seen it. I'm sure of it. I'll have to look at it after I... oh, hang on. Galaxy difficulty. Oh, that's okay. That's difficulty settings in through there. Oh, no, it's poorly worded. Nebula opacity is the skybox, is it? Nebula opacity. That's what we just changed. It didn't change. If I take it to 0 and click on done, that should disappear, and it's not. See, they're still there. They're not changing that at all. I'm sure the nebulas are different again. So I'm positive that that's not the one. So I'll leave that one at 75. That's for the actual clouds on the game itself. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know where that actually is. I'll just click on done. Oh, it's a bug. Okay, let me replicate it. So okay, so Luna's going to see if that can be redone, re-emulated. Quite often there's these updates, and I've been using sort of the special version of the game. So it's not just a standard game. There are likely to be bugs. I should point that out as well, because I'm not playing with the stock standard version at this stage. Even though the stock standard version is actually out. So yeah. Anyway, we'll see if Luna can actually emulate that particular problem. But yeah, this is. I know that there's a way of changing that. So obviously, it's not happening for me just right yet. So I can now end my turn because everything else has been given orders. That one's now going to be changing that anomaly. The planet's just going to be keeping on building away. We've got the 2 colony ships are now moving off. You can see there, yeah, they're going to get there, in reasonable time with what's actually happening. They've got better movement now than when they started because of because we've got those guys in there. 10 turns for the universal translator. The money situation at 120 this one here is actually interesting, but yeah, it's not going to help me much. I'll just end the turn. See, John is in saying get a colony ship or a probe. Yeah, probe is interesting, but with the clusters, I no longer have as much requirement for them as what we had. There's a small little Cragstone Prime. It's a class 4. Doesn't really add a lot, but it would add manufacturing to us. Yeah, maybe that might be a better option. So what I can do is I can actually go and build a settler. Go and build another settler in there, and then move it to the front of the queue. So I'll do that, and just click on done. That was another bug as well. The sound of the space things actually was something I keep on forgetting to actually give feedback about that because it's really quite loud. So they're all just going to keep on doing their own thing. Again, always have a look when you're playing the start just to see if you do stumble across something that's dangerous, because there are dangerous things out and about. Okay, so we've now got this ship. Just going to go and move that one across. We now should be able to click on this one, and this is showing us there's no planets that are viable here. So the next planet I want to check out is actually this white planet. So I'm just going to go up this way. Again, if I was worried that there was going to be another faction, I would probably go over this way and actually look at these. But I'm going to be more thorough because I don't really need to. That little shooting star is just nothing important. So I'll move that one across. Again, we're just going to see dead planets there with some gigamass that can need to be picked up. So nothing much happening in that particular group. Nothing we can do there. Now we've got an event has occurred as well. So we've got an event in through this other side, the precursor relic. So near Cragstone Prime, we've discovered an ancient recording device that appears to have been drifting for centuries. The technology is delicate, but incredibly advanced. What are your orders? So let's use its recordings to make our world a centre of influence. So in this case, individualism is increased to 3. We get +1 persuasion, and we get +500 influence. Help it to use this to increase our planet's development. In this case, we can get finish the current construction project, which is interesting. That would it's pretty cheap at the moment with what we have. One thing you can do now in the game, this came in a little while ago, you can actually minimize this to decide later. So I don't have to, it used to be that you had to make your choice. I can weaponize it into a ship as well. So we gain a gunboat. I don't want that. I don't need that just yet. We will eventually, but not right now. I'm thinking we just do this because we're not going to have, like, let's just go and have another quick look. So Cragstone Prime. Back through here, we've still got 8 turns before we get this industrial centre. It's just going to rush that. So let's just go and do it. Is there anything else we'd prefer to get? This one here is only 20 construction costs. These are 50. But it's not going to help me as much as this one is. So I'm going to rush that. I'm just thinking, like, I was wondering whether I should get the capital mainframe, put that in front of the build queue and complete that immediately. What have we got left there? 25 is the total. We've done a bit. We've done a bit with its production. Actually, manufacturing has dropped a little bit. Yeah, our approval has dropped as well. So the citizens are not happy. Capital mainframe will then allow us to get the everything else faster. We get 20% extra research by getting that one, and then we have the bonus in around here as well. I think I might throw that one in, you know. Entertainment centre. We don't have any. We don't have any. So that's all we've got. So the entertainment centre we have to unlock, which we don't have just yet. So we've got very minimal things at this point in time. I think I'll go capital mainframe, throw that into this location, and then drag that to the front of the queue. So it's going to take the same amount of time. The reason I'm doing it that way is my production is bad anyway, and it's not going to make a hell of a lot of difference to anything else. But if I can get the research up and running faster, that's then going to give me, like, I'm going to be able to then open up the taxation faster to then make the citizens happier, which will then give me the boost to manufacturing, if that makes sense. Let's just go and click on done, and we just go back to the anomaly, and we do this one here to finish the current construction project, and progressivism is increased to 4. Done. So that's now finished off that capital mainframe. So that's actually, I don't know if we get that one. Yeah, we get it next turn. So it's actually been rushed, and so we get that one in the next phase. Nothing else we can do this turn. So we, I don't know. Actually, that one I thought that's different again. I'm not sure where we picked up that that event. I think it was just a random event. Now we do actually have orbitals. We haven't spoken about them as well. We have different things I can actually go and add in to build orbital improvements. And so I've got a recruiting station, which will actually, what this will then go and do, a space station dedicated to advertising the planet's fantastic qualities and opportunities. It's going to cost me 100 from my treasury, but growth is going to go up by +5, which will then give me more workers, and that's not a bad one. We have climate control, but we can't get that one. We don't have any Gerantium, and colonization center as well. So this one here is going to also cost me Gerantium. Yeah, so increase the rate in which your population generates citizens. Yeah, population growth of +5. Yes, 15% there. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's only 100, and there's no sort of up cost. I think I've got 3 slots there. I can always remove it. I'll go and build that particular orbital. If we have a look around the planet, like when I do build it, bang, there it goes. So that's now the colonization center, which will then, if we go back into the actual planet itself, will then just sort of help with the actual overall growth of the planet. So we're getting them the next one in 5 months now. So that's the growth per month. You can see there the recruiting station. We've got the dwarves are 5. We've now doubled that to another 5. So we're now up to well, basically we're up to 10. But we do lose 11% with the pollution coming out of the planet, and also out of the manufacturing. Just go and click on done and move back. Yeah, that sound is way too loud. Luna's saying, thank you, Daz. I confirmed that a bug, and I'll forward. Thank you for that. Also, can you pass on? I keep on forgetting to do this. The sound coming out of these is horrifically loud. It's just way, way, way too loud. In fact, I'm going to drop the sound that you guys hear from the game a little bit because of it, because it is really, really loud. So anyway, so we're now aiming. This one, it didn't change much. Actually, we'll see next turn and see what actually does happen. So what have we got this time? We've got another event. So this is new generation. A new generation being born on Crackstone Prime. There we go. The first are likely to live and die in distant worlds. So we did actually get another recruit. Our military always needs new recruits, so that's good. So we can gain a soldier. We don't need that. We've got the most brilliant thinkers. We'll think forward. Now, we don't know who this is. Let's have a look and see who this one actually is in here. And so we've got a new person. Actually, that didn't come. That's not it. There's no one new. Still got 5 months. I'm not sure what is going on there, but anyway, that's. Oh, sorry. No, we do get one from an event, but we don't know what we get. Allow them to pursue their dreams and need more artists. Now, this is for an entertainer, which will actually, in this case, getting an entertainer will actually increase the happiness a little bit as well. So I'm going to definitely go that way there. So in this case, the overall happiness is really what we have to impact and look at because of what was happening with the planet. Just go that way. If we go back to Cragstone Prime, we now have an entertainer back in through here. Hopefully his social skills are pretty bad, unfortunately. So in this case, he's going to give influence growth a bit of a go. See how the overall approval has now come up as well. So we're getting a little bit more approval back in through the actual planet, which will then help a little bit. So our manufacturing has gone up slightly because of that entertainer. So that's now given us 6. We've still got 5 months before we get the next one as well. So we'll just keep that one sort of thumping along. We now actually have the capital mainframe. So our research has now gone to 2.4. Let's go and have a quick look. So still 8 months for the universal translator. Not that I can do much about that. I just have to wait and sort of leave that one to its own devices. Let's just go and end our turn here. So Lauren is saying the whining element to that sound effect makes me think something is happening in another room in my house. I shudder to think what your house is made of or what's in it. I'm guessing, just something electronic, but just being facetious there. Anyway, still not seeing any dangers in around this other side just yet. Eventually, the fog of war will collapse from when we first started looking at these. Let's have a look at this exploration. This is sort of where we want to be. And so we're seeing more anomalies, capsules, space junk. There's some sort of, there's a orbit there that we're just sort of picking up. That one is a dead world. This is the first anomaly survey. So our survey ship has cautiously approached a mysterious object, all sensors set to maximal gain. One of the universe's many secrets, perhaps a great danger or valued treasure, will soon be revealed to us. So this one here, we then end up getting will be another event. So what happened there was this ship finished off what it was doing there. It's now moved across to this other side. Again, I sort of almost wish from a user experience perspective that it actually zoomed to that, to then sort of to show you that that's what it's talking about. And we do now have an event. So we'll look at the event. So the MFS Prospector Survey Report. So we've stumbled upon something strange here. An alien artifact that appears to be a beam weapon of incredible power. In a ring around it lie several beacons explaining in a variety of languages the agony that this weapon will inflict on all who face it. It's pretty dark, yet worse yet, the beacon promises that any who fire it and their kind will suffer immense guilt knowing what they've done. It sounds like if we use it, this is going to take a lot of people, make a lot of people unhappy back home. So in this case, we end up with +4 beam attack and -6% approval for 24 months. Approval is critical to us, so we definitely don't want that one. Destroy the villainy. Pacifism is increased to 2. I'm going to do that because we just can't have the lack of approval at this point in time. So we'll go that way. We'll just go and advance to the next turn. So again, everything is now set up. This thing is close to getting to see what's in around there. And we'll just keep on going. And click on it. No planets in the bottom there. So that one is no longer... So I don't need to go all the way around to look at everything. I can just click on the planet. And now we'll go across this planet over here. And see what else we can go and find. Yep, so Lauren is saying, I've muted and unmuted the stream several times just to reassure myself. Well, hopefully it won't be too annoying. I'll try to make sure that I don't zoom in too much on the planet. Because it's right in front of where we look. Like it's right there. So when I zoom into the planet, and I do like to be zoomed in a little bit. By the way, there's also other things you can do. Like you can notice that when I sort of zoom out, I'm getting different screens as I come back out to sort of see different aspects of the game. You can actually, you've got, like if you press the G key, you can actually change what happens with the grids. So you can see there, if I press it once, it's just now inside the inside this area. So always find, there's lots of different ways of changing the user experience, to suit the way you want to play. This one now turns it off until I start to zoom out. So when I'm zoomed in, I don't see it. But when I zoom out, I do see it. So it sort of is there the whole time. If I do it again, I can then cycle through. I now only see it inside there. Do it again, and I now think I see it all the time. So it's on no matter what I do. Do it again, it's now going to be on inside my territory, no matter what I do. And now we've got it turned off completely. I will keep it on. That's now zoomed into where we were before. I quite like this one because this one will then, we can see what's happening when we're close, when we need to look at the hexes, and when we're further out, it just sort of feels as if we're not really needing to use it. So you can just by cycling through the G. There's a lot of little things in the game like this which are awesome. So there's again, when I read comments about that the user interface or user experience as is not thought through, I think it actually has, quite substantially. Let's just end our turn here. Colonize the planet, DW. We can do it. This is cool. We can change the name of it. Now, we don't know what this is going to be, so I can always rename it again. I'm just going to go yes. Here we go. With the establishment of this colony, we've taken our first steps into the galaxy. Our colonists represent everything that makes our people great, and with that, we have every chance of thriving on this new alien world. So this is the precursor world that we saw at the very, very start. We'll just go into here. Now, we often get some sort of event that occurs when we do take over a new planet. So DWI is surrounded by an immense precursor ring. It's full of valuable assets that could be used to generate. Now, we saw that around the actual planet itself. Unfortunately, it has already drawn the attention of multiple criminal groups that are harvesting the ring and fighting with each other. Although the pirates are no real threat to us, it will take a lot of work to guard against their constant attempts to harvest the ring. What are your orders? So focus on protecting the ring, destroy any pirates that get too close. We lose manufacturing but get wealth by doing that. Make a deal with the pirates. Now, I can't minimize this because this is actually something as we sort of are landing on the planets. We end up with extra crime and we get a little bit of extra wealth. So we make a deal with the pirates. They can harvest the ring and we get a cut. Or invite them to join the colony and give them rights to the ring. So we end up with 2 Zalosi colonists, but we do end up with another plus 10% crime. So we end up essentially with 2 more workers at the expense of crime. Manufacturing is so difficult for us. I'm going to do this bottom one. Get the colonists to work with us. So this is going to be a different type of colonists than what we see typically, but the crime rate is going to go up. So we end up with that crime there with wealth, crime there with colonists, and that one no crime, but we do get extra wealth, but lack of manufacturing. And that's permanent. All right, let's go for it. So not ideal. If we zoom in, we've still got this precursor artifact around it. And if we go and click on the actual planet itself, you'll see through here, this one's actually got a lot of wealth, actually a lot of wealth input. And we do actually already have this precursor treasury. And so this is a vast collection of precursor treasures giving +2 wealth. So the pirates have been sort of abstracted, removed from that location. We don't have to actually physically deal with them, and so this world is a world that is considered as a colony. Now there's colony and this is a colony that is not important at the moment. What it's doing is it's moving all of this back through space back to our home world. Now we know that this. Sorry about the sounds. There's Lauren. I do apologise. So we've got in this case, we've got the Cragstone Prime back in through there, which is class 23. Now, at the moment, this is considered to be a core world. Yes, a core world and colonies. At the moment, this is a colony, and what it's trying to do is it's trying to ship back the 3 minerals, the 3 technology, the 13 wealth. So our wealth will go up a fair bit because of the wealth coming back into our home world, a bit of food, and also some culture input in through there. When we have a look at the actual planet itself and go into Cragstone Prime, I'll just zoom back out a little bit just to get rid of that sound. If we have a look at the what's now happening through this, the manufacturing is actually now improved because of the mineral input. You can see their mineral input of plus 4.69. If I press shift, I don't know if it'll show me that. Yeah, there we go. If I hover over that one, DWI, the three minerals are, there's like a rust factor, depending on how far away they actually are. In this case, Cragstone Prime is giving me plus 3, and I'm getting 1.69 from DWI, and I'm getting the same sort of deal here as well with when we look at research. Like research, we're getting another big boost to the technology input coming from those two locations. And we'll have a look at the wealth. If we have a look at the income, 10.7 in through there. If we have a look at the actual wealth input, we're going to see that actually we're getting more coming from the new world than what we're getting from Cragstone Prime. And so our capital doesn't generate as much money as what is just using it as a colony. So we don't have to do anything with it. But this is at the moment, this is now pushing my manufacturing up. My approval has gone up as well, which is actually very, very good. I don't know. I don't think it's all to do with this guy, with the where's our entertainer gone? That's him there, yeah. So I'm pretty sure that's not going to be impacted by him. Yeah, so boost the world's approval based on their social and influence based on their due diligence. So it's it is the social, and he's only got a couple of social. I'm not going to worry about that. A few social, I think. Was he got 3? 2. So it's not much, but it does help a little bit with what's actually going on. So anyway, we'll just click on done there. We're still building this one in 2 turns. Just going to click on OK there. And so with this particular world, I prefer this to be an actual core world, not just a world that's on its own. Like this one has got great potential. This has actually got 36, a class 36. Our other one is only a class 23. So we should end up with a massive ability to do different things on this world. Also on the world, we actually do have, actually, where are we? Just going to click back on this one here, sorry. The citizens, I'm not sure why we're not able to see the citizens here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, we're going to assign the governor. We do actually have citizens here. Let's go and assign a governor to this particular world. So to assign the governor, I need to go back into my leaders. And with the leaders that we then got, we don't have any in the unassigned leaders, so we need somebody to look after this particular planet. Now we get a bit of a feel for the planet based on what it's got. So I need someone that's fairly good at general things. Now I've got this one here, 9475, 9574. So this one's slightly more social, but is a bit more unhappy. This is another one that's just come back in. This was manipulative, so we get +3 deception. Survived a mutiny, back into here, survived a spaceship mutiny and lived to tell the tale, and a libertarian, so increased awareness of individualism. Yeah, so that's one, this one here is probably slightly better. So even though this one, I like his loyalty. I've only got 16 months left. I'll grab this guy here. He'll do. We can always change them around. Now, when they go and look after a planet, it makes them unhappy, and so the loyalty goes down. So we've got a natural loyalty there of 61. If I go to governors, we've got DWI through here. Just go and throw him in there, or DW1. And so he's now down to 51. So it's still actually okay. And so this world has now become a core world. If I don't change it, it just means that all of the bonuses from that world end up just going back to whatever the closest world is that we have. That little line is no longer going back there. If we go back to our world, we might also just be a bit more thorough about what's happening. We're back to 3.4 there, 2.9 there. If we click on done, 1 more month remaining for the Universal Translator, which is good. If we go back across to the world, we will be given, we will have to sort of go and tell it to go and do something. Let's just go and open it up. Now we have only one spot here for we've got 3 civilians. We've got the guy that came along, Bree Harmony. who is actually pretty unhappy. That's sort of showing that he is not happy at all on this world. And then we've got 2 Zoloxi, which are very happy, which is good. So Zoloxi have few redeeming qualities, but if a few you mean none, they're if by few you mean none, yeah, their culture rewards strong action and concerns like ethics or compassion were lost long ago. But these ones, and these are all criminals, so they actually add to the crime. So we've got those basically sort of sitting in through here. This guy possibly will cause issues for us. You can see there the 18%. Actually, they all don't like it here. Their approval is poor everywhere, even though these are showing that they're actually fairly happy. So we have to we'll have to get on top of this one as well. This is potentially a problem planet for us. So when we come in, the first thing we actually have through here is similar to our colony our civilization capital. We have a core wealth capital, which we can build immediately as well. And so what this one does is it will then open up food of +1, maintenance will go up by +3, crime will go up by +2, manufacturing, the population cap of +1. Again, the most useful one is to try to find a location where there's a housing, like this one here, for example, which will then boost the things around it. Let's have a look and see what else is on the actual planet. So we actually do have an oasis, which is going to be giving me +2 to food on that particular location. So this is very, very good as an agricultural district, which will then boost, again, the population of when we build the capital there. I say when because I think that's what we'll be doing. It's really just what we do here. This is a precursor treasury. This one gives us a wealth of +2. And so we do actually have an improvement there. The fact it's just generating wealth straight away, our wealth has now gone up to +12 because of mainly because of this treasury and the other one in orbit. We've got the geothermal springs, which gives me +3 to manufacturing, +3 to research down there. I wish that they were sort of more central. This one here gives +3 to manufacturing in there as well, along +3 to wealth. Food is going to be okay. We've got 6 there. The farming. I will change the name of the planet. Actually, how do I do that? I've got to get to the summaries, actually, I think, to change the name. This one is a precursor capital, so -2 population cap, +30% gross income and -50% growth. So it is slow growing at this particular location. I can automate this one to just allow the AI to manage the world for me if I wanted to, but I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go and place my my location here. Now, the wealth of +2, if I did add it to that one, I get +1 there, wealth there again as well. I get even more wealth. What else do we have in through there? That's -1 to food, -2 to food in the barren areas. I mean, it's if I go there, I do get the extra wealth. I think I'll just go and place it there. So they're the 2 best spots to allow me to. I've now got the maximum number of population. In this case, though, so after building that one, I've then got like a long-term planetary treasury back in through this other side. This is a wealth improvement. So this will give me +1 level to wealth anywhere else as well. Like we've got +10, so it's now gone back a little bit. The population is very, very unhappy here. Planetary treasury will sort of then add in bonuses to either one there. If I go to food, this is going to then add in extra 2 to the population cap. Plus I'll get extra food there. I think I'll actually go and end up doing that one. It's 116 turns though to get that. I do need to try to get on top of the manufacturing. So if I added that one there, yeah, it's not really going to help me much, to be honest. I do get extra manufacturing in around here. I think what I'll do is I'm going to put this one on the back burner for a little while, and we'll just go and get this extra food from that location, and then try to sort of slowly affect what happens on this particular world. But just go and click on done. One thing I can do is now just go back to my planets, go to DWI. I think I can rename it here. I know I can rename it somewhere, but I forgot how to do it. Yeah, I can't remember how to actually get that one. Okay, so Luna's saying the shipyard sound is tied to this SFX volume for some and the UI volume for others. Okay, and Trintog is saying, I would have taken the approval hit to get the 4 beam attacks. It's early enough to build it back up, plus you only had 1 planet, so it wouldn't be that bad. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's... Again, what I love about this game is that you end up with so much strategic choice. Like when you actually play it, there's a lot of things you can do, which is very, very cool in the actual game itself. So we've already seen everything else out that way. We've still got one more coming in this other side. I don't know. I forget how to rename them. Oh, there we go. So I'll just call this one Money World. Done. So we can sort of change the name of these. I think I can change those. Can I? Yeah, I can. Let's call it Money. And we have a few sort of dead worlds further out as well, so that'll be okay. Now we're going back into there, that's okay. This one here, we can now see this. We do have a planet here. It's only a class 2. And the bonuses we get, we do get a little bit of manufacturing from that one. So we could send a colonist out there, but I don't really want to do that one just yet. So the next one we want to have a look at is this one down here. And just see if there's anything else that's colonizable. So we haven't found any good colonies. So we happened to just pick exactly the right spot when we started to find good core worlds right from the very, very start. These are a class 2, class 4. So we can sort of look at the different planets we actually have. This one again will be reasonable with what we end up having, class 30. These are better than our home worlds. So let's go and end our turn there. Okay, so we can now take this world. I'll grab one, we'll go colonize, yes. And this is now feeding back into Money World. And we can always change this at any time we like. But I think I'll still actually just do what I have to do here. Actually, one thing we can do here is what can we build? Still another recruiting station, which is not really important to me at this stage. So I won't bother getting that one. We're down to 880, so I've got to be careful. I want to leave enough so I can rush things. Have a quick look and see the executive orders. I still can't build another draft colonist yet. We've still got another... when will that one do? So this one reduces approval as well. Approval goes down by 2%. 5 more months before we can do that one. If I have to, I can use that. So I'll hopefully won't do that one. Well, we won't need to do that one initially, but at least we've gotten what we needed at the start here. Let's go across and go back to our leaders. Now we don't actually have anyone else that's come in just yet so I can recruit one of these. Now the one for this particular world, again looking at the actual makeup of it. It's very generic and not very strong in anything in particular. So I think, again, social is going to be the important thing here. So that one there for 335, I'll buy him. And we'll just go back to the governors and change this one to a core world. The earlier we sort of start developing these core worlds, it just means that eventually they're going to be sort of, generating a lot more than what we sort of require. So we'll just go and click on done. And this one will also then be unhappy, I would assume. This one here we got up to 3 population cap, so it's not super critical. What else have we got through here? We've got a few different interesting things in through this other side. We've got the +3 to population. Actually, that's very, very good. And then we've got tourism in through there. We've got another +1 population in through there. So we can start to build the population up. This is sort of a bit of a no-brainer. It's pretty much the only spot really that's going to be viable for us to then go and place the core world. Actually, I can place it there. Yeah, that's +3 population there. Well, that is the no-brainer. To grab it there. So now we've got up to 7 here that we can then go and get. And this guy here is, how unhappy is he? 52%. It's not bad. So that's actually not terrible already right off the bat. And so we have Daf Kai is in charge here. There's going to be a lot of manufacturing here actually, and got a bit of research there as well. Bit of approval, tourism, food. Nice world, this one. Very, very nice world. If we went there, we'd end up with a boost, a +2 boost with farming back into there. We'd get even more population. We do actually have the planetary treasury, which is money for wealth, which I'm not really interested in. So I'm thinking I'm going to end up with manufacturing, but maybe back out this sort of way. If I end up using these to then create like a manufacturing hub. Food is only 4, so we are going to need to use this food, I think. And that research as well, the thriving reef we're going to be needing. I think this is too far away. I wouldn't mind manufacturing something into these areas. So I might head that way, I think. I've got a 2 there, but ultimately be wanting to put a building there if I can. Just go and click on done. All right, so that will happen very, very slowly. Again, eventually as the things build up, it will then sort of make more sense. With things will happen faster. So Crackstone Prime Planet Report. We have come across an ancient artifact near Crackstone Prime, believed to have come from an ancient precursor civilization. Upon activating it, it's evaluated our status and offers to aid us. We can rebuild it as a ship. So this will then unlocks the nail ship in your shipyard. Not sure what that one actually is. Convert it to an army of synthetic citizens. We end up with a Yor citizen, which is actually not bad. Egalitarianism, cultural awareness increased to 5. And study the artifact here. We get progressivism increases to 7, and we get +1 technology. The Yor can be good at all sorts of different things. I really don't know which way to go with this. The ship, we don't have anything to protect us at this point, so that would be handy. But well, we've got one ship that can actually do the damage at this stage, which is our flagship. I think we'll get +1 technology on the actual planet itself, just so we can start to do things. So let's just go and study that one. Let's go back to the advisors. We've got citizens of money world are unhappy, but that's just the way it goes at this stage. So let's go and see how we're going back over this way. Where's our probe? There it is. Getting close, not quite enough to see what's going on. Finally got the universal translator, which doesn't really add much to us. It's not helping us out a lot at this point in time. It will eventually. Just go and choose new tech. Space expansion plans. That's what we need. This one. It's only 3 turns to get that, so let's go and grab that one. So I'm really just trying to look at what we have in this area, because this one we get at 50% research bonus. We're now up to 6.3 research, which is getting there, which is good. Crackstone Prime is now by far getting the most, which is good. And again, the science advisor is recommending we do that one, but we need that one so we can generate, change the money situation. Go and click that one, okay. And what we'll do is I'll play until we've done that one, and then we'll call it quits for this session, I think. I mean, it's been a slow session. We've just been sort of slowly looking at different things. Now we have the probe, only need to move in 1, and what have we found? Nothing again. So this has been very sparse. That's just a class 0. Let's move across this way. So we're not finding much here, are we? Here we go. So venture into the world of groundbreaking discoveries. This is the leading cutting edge, pushing the boundaries of the known universe. We don't even feature in the top 5. We're civilization number 1, and we're not there. So we're doing one of the least amounts of research, but we haven't really been able to do too much else. Whoa, here we go, Gerantium. So we're sort of seeing an asteroid belt. We don't quite get to see that one just yet. Now that colony ship we were building, I no longer need to be building that one, I don't think. We've got the settler coming in 15 turns. I'm going to switch that one back. And I wanted to at least get started so I could, if I had to buy it, I could buy it. But I don't think I want to do that. Now we've finished off building what we had through here. One of the things with the with this, I should just point this one out as well. Like we've got our manufacturing down through here. When we finished off, I did this on purpose. I didn't actually build up a list of things. Some games, it's important that you keep a queue going. But if we don't have the queue going, we don't lose so much the leftovers. That will be here. Oh, sorry, that's maintenance. Where is it? Is it this one here? Stored goods. So surplus production available to be used on the next project. So we can. So it's not as if we have to always have a queue going. We can sort of do other things. I think I'm going to. I do want to push the manufacturing, but I also want to push the research. So I can get a research district. I've got no more buildings that I've unlocked yet, which is unusual. I've got financial district. I've got entertainment districts now as well. So this one is, entertainment district is going to give us, I don't think I've got anywhere really that I'd be wanting to do it. Maybe there. What do we end up with getting from this one here is +1 influence. And then we don't have anything extra there. It's going to give me +1 level to approval and to wealth. Makes people happier, increases population growth. It's sort of important. It's sort of important. I think I'm going to have to do that one. It's very expensive though, at 38. I mean, I could grab another manufacturing district up around here somewhere and just start to sort of get my manufacturing going so I can actually build these things faster. I think ultimately that's probably going to be better for me to then go and do this one, to start to boost this one back up as well and try to get this manufacturing so we can end up getting these things faster. Let's go that way. And I can queue these up. I can just, they don't cost anything to queue up. Let's queue 2 of those up. So they're going to give me a little boost to manufacturing, and then we'll go and do this one, which should then be, the number of turns it will then take will be much, much less at that location. So we'll just go and throw them in. I can always change these if I need to. And so I can put the whole plan together sort of until I get different buildings and then chop and change things as things sort of come up. Just go and click on done. Again, approval, if we go and have a look at Cragstone, the approval is 58. It's not great. It's not terrible, but it's not great. And so we've got that one through there. And again, we've sort of now done done what we need to. 1 more month, we get the space expansion plans, which is really what we have been waiting for. We'll finish this off with a bit of talking about taxation. So this unlocks the civilization screen, allows us to assign policies. So this is an important screen. Unlocks the planetary generator, the Minister of Colonization, supply modules as well. We get a whole lot of different things in through here as well. Choose new tech. Actually, one thing I forgot to do. It's all combat related. Armed shuttles. Well, we do get 2 free warships with this one. That's only 5 turns. Defensive studies and space war tactics. We do get the frigate here. The frigate then unlocks other things. Let's have a quick look at the tech navigator and just have a look to see. So the armed shuttles then open up space weapons, and we then go through the various weapon doctrines eventually. And this one does unlock the so it reduces damage done by missile attacks. It does unlock the space missile, Nimbus laser, star cannon, 20% extra military, and giant slayer. This is a doctrine, I think. So yeah, we end up with unlocking different doctrines for the if you've got the Warlords DLC. That's weapons. Then we've got defense. What I'm looking for is logistics. This one gives me the frigate, and this one does give me the frigate module, the corvette module. These are sort of 2 choices we have. Again, mainly if you've got the Warlords DLC. Small hull, siege module, rush, So this is a tactical, this is a doctrine that we have for attacking defender. And then we also then have maximum enacted policies of +1. It then opens up the space factories, unlocks starports. So military, this is a military improvement. So it gives me another bonus. We do end up with, it gives extra moves as well for the ships that are built there. Does cost Urantium though. And then that opens up the starship specifications. And then that does open up lots of different things actually, which are quite useful. So I quite like the idea of that one. And the other one that we had was defense, which is just going to open up that one, then we get evasion. This one does open up, different armor. We end up with different defense systems for bases. We are going to have to end up here with all of these, but that's the choice we have. Just go back out, and I think we'll just choose armed shuttles at this stage. I'm tempted to get this one. The frigates are quite handy, but if we get armed shuttles, we're going to then be able to place them on our planets or in the orbit of our planets, which will then make them happier as well. So that's just getting these quickly, I think, is a good idea. So we're just going to click on done. Let's go and see. Nothing there as well. Okay, so now we move across to this planet. And a ship has upgrades available. That'll be our flagship, which is here. And so this ship has got an upgrade. So you can see there we can upgrade the ship. This will then give us different bonuses, so we can do different things. Like we've got crew quarters, which will then give us 20% extra hit points. Command bridge will give us extra moves. Communications terminal will give us a sensor range of +2. I don't mind that actually. Normally I go with the 20% hit points, just to sort of make it even more survivable, because we've got 62 hit points, which is a hell of a lot. But the sensor range, I think I'll go that way, which will then just do the upgrade. That will then allow us to see further. And it's just moving off. We don't have that many artifacts around. We've got the empty policy slot. So when we go, let's have a quick look at the civilization screen in through here. So we've got our tax rate in through this other side now. There's some new things in here as well in this particular screen, which I should point out. So we've got a civilization focus. So what we can do through here is we've got a civ focus on growth. We can get growth going at 25%. We've got economy, the gross income goes up by 25%. The civ focus on research, getting the research. We've got the military to produce ships or manufacturing on our worlds. So we actually have the ability to sort of then push a certain sort of area of development throughout the empire. This has just been added in, so just to allow people to not have to retweak all the stuff in here all the time. We've got an overall approval here of 42. And so what I want to do is I'm getting +8 monthly income. If I start to move this one back, see how my approval is coming way, way up? And I am losing money, but it doesn't matter as much. With the approval, I'm going to then, like if I go back to where I was, what was it, 33, thereabouts? So I'm getting overall the civilization output, we're getting 6, 6, 18, 24, 24. If I move it back to here, we'll start to see this one doesn't change, the influence or the food production, but the others will. And so the money goes down, but I get better at the manufacturing and also at planetary research output. So when I get down to this sort of area, I'm getting a little bit of income, but I can sort of just make it so that at least the population is getting happier. So it makes them, they're not going to be paying much tax at all. So, and they're up to 61%. So that's actually a fairly dramatic change. This is important. So this is why we had to unlock the screen, to be able to play with the tax rate. So I'll leave that where that is for now. I can also then go across. We've got growth. We've got income, research, manufacturing. Income is probably going to be the one, really. I don't know if that changes anything else. Yeah, what that does is, do I get rid of that one? I think I have to have one of these sort of going at any time. Yeah, if I just change that one across, see it's chopping and changing things in through there. So we end up going from plus 4 there if we do that one. I don't know, I wonder how we get rid of that. You can't just go back to nothing. You have to have one of them selected. That's interesting, actually. Interesting that it starts off with I would have thought it would have actually just chosen one for you, or maybe it warns you if you don't actually go and do it. We also have these civilization policies. These are very, very important as well. These are actually these are policies we can apply to our civilization. So we've got coerced colonization through here. This one is going to give us less approval. Approval has been by far the most dramatic thing we've had to deal with in this particular run. Sometimes it's not, but sometimes it is. And so in this case, we end up with lots and lots of growth, but with negative 10 approval. And for this one here, to get the coerced colonization, you've got to be a carbon-based life form, which we are. Export food. So we end up with less food. So a small amount of food is exported from each world for wealth to each world. So we end up with food going down by negative 2, but the income goes up by plus 2. And that would actually be something that would then generate a reasonable amount more money for us. Heart of the Empire. This one here is our home world is the core of our civilization and the pinnacle of who we are as a people. Influence and income are only applied to the home world. So we end up with getting more income and more influence growth. So in this case, if we hadn't made that wealthy planet into a core world, if we had kept it as a colony, that actually would be almost quite viable, actually, to get the extra influence, but also the extra income as well. And we've got land exploitation, which is going to give me a plus 5 straight on the top of the income, but with the 30% pollution. So I don't really want that one. Heart of the Empire, we can actually tweak some of these, like export food. Let's just see what happens if we throw that one in there. So if we pop that one into that location, we go up to plus 6. So we end up with a little bit extra back in through there. I can drag that one back out. I can shuffle these around whichever way I want. Heart of the Empire, don't get quite as much, but it's still probably not bad with what we have. And coerced colonization, I don't want the negatives with what that one brings. So it's really out of these two. The lower food is going to then impact our growth. In fact, we should be able to see that. Do we see growth in here? 24 doesn't extrapolate out into the actual growth aspect of what we do. Yeah, if I click on that one through there, doesn't really highlight. If I go back into export food, throw that one in there, it goes down to 19. It's still heaps more than what we need. It does give me a little bit more money. Maybe I'll just go that way. We just get less food, but it's still going to have. Oh, actually, some planets won't have much. I'm thinking of the one with the Solosi on it. I'll go Heart of the Empire. I think it's safer just to keep the food sort of where it is. We'll just go and click on Done. Okay, that's all good. We do have another event. So the MFS Prospector Survey Report. So in this case, we've got drifting amid the wreckage of an ancient battlefield. Our fleet has discovered a fractured but still humming and Anorian battle shield. The war between the Arnor and the Dreadlords left many such relics scattered across the galaxy. This one, however, pulses with a faint but discernible energy signature. So we can reconstruct the relic, which will then gain a charge for the artifact, the Anorian battle shield. We can extract the nanites, and this one will give me plus 6 precursor nanites. Or we can trade the relic and get 700 into our treasury. Now we're down to 500. God, it's sort of tempting, you know, like because we don't actually have access to the bazaar yet, so we don't even know what the value of the like. If we had access to the actually this one here, we do have access to it. Precursor nanites, we don't actually have them. It doesn't show up. So we can't sort of buy or sell those at this stage. So we can't see what the value of them actually is. So I'm thinking we could be better off with either one of them. We don't have anything at this stage up there. Here's the food overall. Let's just go back. Trade the relic. I'm tempted to just do that straight away. These can be useful for building things. Yeah, it's a tricky one, this one, actually. Actually, there we go. Saturn Bala saying asteroid mining. We don't have asteroid mining yet. Yeah, so we need to get the asteroid mining tech up and running. There's a lot we have to do initially just to try to sort of... It's interesting because we've had to make a lot of choices, based on what we've sort of come up against. And every game is different, which is great. So it's not as if you can always just apply the same... Like, we're looking at the approval thing, and that's a problem, so we have to fix it. But also production is a problem, and research is a problem. It's all a problem. 6 of those. I think I'll actually trade it and get the money, because we may have to buy something. So it's now just given us a big boost to our income. And I think we're sort of close to sort of leaving it at this point. We've got cultural progression. I now do have in traditionalism. I do actually have enough to be able to go and unlock the first tier. So this is going to... I've got 11 culture points backing through this other side. If we have a look at some of the others... Still got the... Sorry, that's the 11... So that's turn 11. Where's my points? You have 10 culture points. This one here is going to cost us 11, and we can get 3 free colony ships, which, yeah, wouldn't be bad. Wouldn't be bad. So we're picking up 1 culture point per turn, essentially. So we could get that one and get the three culture points. Traditionalism, we can do this one and spend 9. We get the Hall of Tradition, which is probably not really all that valuable to us. What else have we got? Individualism. This one is going to require 11. We get the Independence and 15% decrease to supply attrition from colonies. I'm not going to worry about that one. Totalitarianism. Get another lot of control points, which we don't need. I like that one with the free colony ships. And we can just go and grab a whole lot of those little planets and just have them sort of seed different things as well. Progressivism is going to give me plus 30 research. Temporary approval boost after discovering a new technology. Again, not bad. Pacifism. You get 3 constructor ships to join you. That's also not bad for us, because we then end up with all that thulium and durantium. There's a few different resources that would be very, very cool for us. Yeah, I like the idea of that one too. Nihilism. Supply ships will then help temporarily boost production on some of the worlds. And collectivism, unification back through there. Just culture, homeworld, plus 100% homeworld influence. I'm liking pacifism to get the constructor ships, and I also like egalitarianism. I don't really like traditionalism, which we can get straight away. Let's leave it. Might leave that for the next session, actually, or maybe I'll forget by the time I play that. Even if I played it in an hour's time, I'd forget that that's what I was doing. So I might rush that one forward. We've only got 1 more point to get on that one, and then we're sort of so it should be only 1 more turn. Just going to go forward. Yeah, look at that, 6. We can now get any one of those. So with these, let's go and pick ourselves up. So I can't get totalitarianism. This one requires 12, and I can't get collectivism. This one also requires 12. So we have different boosts with the discounts. Like nihilism, we've got a 2% boost. Pacifism, a 2%. Egalitarianism, a 2%. Individualism, I think we had more, 3% there. Totalitarianism, we've got, traditionalism, we've got 25%. So we do get a boost with this one, but just getting the Hall of Tradition, I don't think is going to be enough. It's not enough to make it sort of make immediate sense to us. But which way do we go? Let's have a quick look at the world before let's just click on done before we sort of do anything, not the world, but the galaxy. Now, if I go into here, I can pick up those 2 thulium, potentially those. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gee, we're close. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Yeah, it's sort of. I think it's only 6 is the range. We can eventually get something that does increase the range. We've got 1 durantium out this way. We've found a durantium out this way as well. So we're looking at durantium, and we haven't really searched much. If we look at the actual planets, if we have a look at the, it's a summary of what we've got. we've only got 2 worlds. This one here is not really going to add much. It's even though it's saying class 4, that doesn't mean anything at all. It's actually the it's these numbers above that. The 2 minerals. That's not going to help. That's going to hardly help as well. I think it's the actual the other ships, unless we can find a colonizable world. Gee, I don't think we're going to find one there. I think we're sort of, I think we're stuck. So Duan is then saying, get the extra flag. You get more events and more culture points. As traditional is it? No, what's the flagship is Independence. Spawns a ship, the Independence there. I think I'm going to get the. I think I'm going to go and grab the spaceports. I think I'm going to go pacifism, and get the 3 constructors. We get a permanent boost to approval there as well, based on pacifism's cultural awareness. So as we get more pacifism, the colonies become happier as well. So Saturn buys and saying colony ships for outpost or construction for mining, and you're miners. So yeah, role play. That's a good idea. Good idea. So we'll go and grab that one. So we've now chosen our culture points. So we've now used them. We now have culture. Actually, did I choose that? I didn't. Spend the culture points to unlock kindness. Yes. All right, and then that starts to unlock further down the tree. So that then gives us a group. That's interesting. Got a few of them in here. Yeah, we're not going to be able to pick up this one here. So I got 3 there. Didn't pick up any around the home world. Actually, one thing I did mean to do was to go back into here and change that to another constructor as well. Actually, no, I'll change it. I'll keep the settler going there. Just click on done. Sorry about the sound there, guys. Actually, we'll just go and look at that one. If I go back into options and then sound. So it's either sound effects. If I reduce it down to say 15, and we'll double check it. It's still reasonably loud, isn't it? Not as bad. Okay. Anyway, that hopefully will be fixed at some point. Okay, so we'll leave that one there. So unfortunately, we're not going to hear many other sounds with that one turned off down that low. It's just the balance of that one particular sound effect is just so much louder than everything else. All right, so we've got the constructors back in through this other side. And again, we this is sort of like the area of influence that it actually has. And we do want to go out. See how that was in the middle of nothing. They want to get both of those, but not this one. So we'll set this one up. And actually, for all we know, there could be even another one on the other side here. What I might do is actually use this one to do a little bit of exploring. We don't have to rush this. Let's go and have a bit of a look. Use it as explorers for now. We will be wanting to come back and get Durantium as well. But we've only got one that we've found here. So again, it would be useful to see that one. I might just keep this one back and see what we need to do. Getting the arm shuttles. All right, right, I think we have to go back this way now. I just want to be sort of ready to take this one as well. It's not going to do it. That one is. Okay, so we'll set up this one. We're going to build ourselves a space station. So we just go and construct a starbase here. So consumer constructor module to build a starbase at this location. And this is going to be a mining starbase. So that will be what it specialises in. We have military, which will then give us bonuses to fighting in this location. Economic will then sort of boost the what happens on the core worlds. The communications will then sort of push out our influence, which ultimately will be fairly important. But the mining starbase is one we want to start with, so we'll construct that one. That's our first thulium mine. Durantium is going to be very important to us, but I don't really want to just waste one of those on just a single Durantium location. All right, people have built permanent structures in space. There we are. So now we can sort of add different things onto it. Now we have different modules. These are going to cost me, I've only got 3 modules at the moment. And so with this one here, I can actually just go and build that particular one. I'm just going to go and build that one. This will then improve the mining. So we've got the basic mining, and then we've got this one as well. This is going to then give me 0.2 per turn of thulium, which means we're going to get it every, every 4 turns. We're going to ultimately, or even less than that, yeah, no, even less, it's going to be every 2.5 turns we're going to end up with a thulium. So we end up getting 2 initially, because we picked up 2 of them. Yeah, so total being produced is 0.4 in total from that one mine. So that's good. Just click on done, and I will need to get one of the Durantiums as well. I just would hope that I find more. So there's no great rush with these. I'll just move this one back and keep moving that one out. This one here will just race down to this purple one. Probably should have gone with a probe, you know, like to get this the next probe. I wonder if I might even do that now. We can actually now grab the freighters, which is a trade ship, but we'll need to find who we can send it to before we do anything else there. Just grab a probe. I can now get this in 8 turns. Push that one to the front of the queue. I can just sort of keep on reshuffling these around. I like that in the game as well. Like it's very, very forgiving if you need to change over with what you're doing. So it looks like this whole cluster is ours. So we now have armed shuttles. Choose new tech, and allows instant communication across infinite spaces. Adds a flagship to your fleet. That would be useful, and I'm thinking that one there, without really looking at too much else, space weapons gives us rockets and beams and cannons, so we sort of get started there. But this one here does lead to other things, so I'm going to go that one there without looking into it. That is going to ultimately be useful. So we'll just click on done. Asteroid mining. I wish we could get asteroid mining back into the list again. We may have to just select it because there's lots of asteroids around the place that we'd be wanting to have a bit of a look at. Let's just zoom back in again. So we end up with these different shuttles. I've got like a couple of shuttles in here. So this is the Maguzi MO1 back into this other side. And so these are just little fighter craft, but they will help with the planets. So if we go and have a quick look at our planet list again, and look mainly at the approval, I guess. Sort by approval. So Cragstone is the best. 86 approval there. Alcarab in there is 76, and then Money World is only 41. So I'm going to go and probably put, I'll leave one of them, I'll put one of them on each of these. So I'm going to go and place one of them in orbit there. And we've got a second one there, so we'll just go and move that one down to Money World. That way they're just going to feel a bit more secure. That will help a little bit with the approval, but to have like a garrison in space around them. So we'll just start off with that one. Just come back up. Yeah, so with the actual, if we have a look at the colonists, for example, in here, and You can see there, this one's really unhappy. Quite often you'll sort of find, see how it says there, they've got a negative 2% because they unprotected. They also hate working for the dwarves. But that protection will, if we put a planet, like a ship in orbit, that will just help keep them happy. This one here as well, if we have a look at this one here with the happiness, unprotected 2%. Even this one's going to have the same sort of problem, unprotected 5%. It means more to the dwarves than it does to the Zolosi. So the Zolosi have got less expectation in terms of protection. It's interesting how each civilization type has got its own set of things that impact it. But we'll just allow that to sort of keep on going. Let's just move these. These will then just auto move to wherever we had them before. Now we are seeing, this is a poor planet. No, hardly anything on that one, unfortunately. Just not seeing, oh yes we are. So we've got a class 28 frozen world there. Interesting. And we also have a class 2 barren. So we've got the class 2 there. So there is actually a good world there. Secunda Hyadum 2. So we just, we don't really need to sort of look at that one so much. Let's keep on going this way. It's just a dead world. Oh, there we go. And this one here has got nothing. So we can sort of see other things. There's 2 resources, 2 dead planets, no planets as such. So we get, I like that we get to see all the stuff that's in around this. So we sort of make choices just by seeing these. Like this one here, it's got 6 asteroids, for example. 1 resource back and through there somewhere. 2 dead planets and 2 good planets. 2 planets, sorry, 2. Hang on, it says 2 dead planets. It's class 2. Not sure why it's saying 2 dead planets. Unless it means like not claimed. That could be what it means. All right, we'll just advance to the next turn, and I will have to call it quits here. This is one of these one more turn games. All you just you keep on playing and playing and playing it. This was nothing. I want to finish off with something that's going to make sense, and I think we've pretty much done that with with all the different things that we've done down through here. So I think we're sort of set here, guys. I don't think there's much else we really need to be looking at. We haven't come across any pirates or anything yet, but that will come. Keep on. There we go. This will be the colonizable planet back over this way. There it is. And actually, we do have another resource. There is a resource in here. So this one we can look at the. It's only got 1 resource. That one there is the class 28. It's only got 1 slot, and 1 orbital improvement slot, which is also another consideration when you're looking at planets. Like this one here is good, but there's no point getting anything where we're sort of building things up here because it's orbital improvement. If we only have the recruiting station and we're already full. Actually, we've still got 44 turns. It's one of these things where if I did try to rush that, 618, it's way too much money to do that one. What we'll be able to ultimately do, though, is we'll be able to start to get... actually, I'll do that in the next episode. We'll start to try to improve our economy as much as we possibly can in this cluster of planets. And we take other planets as well. Yeah. Alana's saying only 1 more turn. Yeah. It really is one of these games where you just want to see if I can do this or what's going to happen there. It's awesome. It's an awesome game. Anyway, guys, I'm going to leave it there. So thanks for watching. Yeah, we've gone for 4.5 hours. Wow, that's a long time. I mean, we didn't do much in terms of gameplay for an awfully long period of that. I hope that's actually okay for me to do that. I always feel bad about spending so much time talking around the game before I actually get into it. But the next episodes will be sponsored streams, and they will be full-on gameplay. I can promise you that. We're not going to be going back over old ground unless you guys actually ask to see certain things. We'll certainly do summaries, but not like in the extent that we did today. So that's sort of, yeah, it's a true DasTactic stream, says Blandigan. I sort of thought that, like, I know that if I'm looking for something that I'm going to be buying, I want information that's going to sort of allow me to qualify or disqualify myself. And I sort of was mindful of that, trying to sort of get that done today. But I'll be back in the next day or so, and we'll keep on sort of going with this particular stream, and keep it going, and sort of end up trying to sort of take over this sector. Things should start to accelerate a bit as we develop up the actual economy of these worlds. Anyway, I'll catch you guys over the next day or so. Thanks for watching.